you very much. Please, while we're still standing, we observe the University of Port Harcourt anthem. Thank you very much. And now to your seats. Sincerely, I have a brief conversion. I advise myself, standing here, advise myself to be very confident. I would have, probably started dancing to dance here. Thank you very much. University of Port Harcourt has that very beautiful. Thank you very much. Please, let's once again celebrate. Put our hands together to celebrate University of Port Harcourt. So please, just before we call on the Vice Chancellor to come for a welcome address, the call convener, Engineer Anthony, and also a brief presentation of Tobero Energy Limited. He is the co-founder, COO of Tobero Energy Limited, of course, the convener of Aiccees 2020. Let's put our hands together to welcome Engineer Anthony.
The co-founder of Tobero Energy Limited. I'm happy to see us here. Aiccees is born out of the need for us to share knowledge in the African energy transition here. And we thank you all for taking our time to be here. We thank our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Eleta, additional further view. We also thank Patrick Kemen and Glory and everyone that is joining us virtually also. Thank you for taking our time to be here. And we also thank our conference chairs, led by Professor Roland, Professor Ronan, Professor Oyedepo, and also Professor Abam, who through their activities have led this conference a success. I will not also thanking the organizing committee, heavily led by our CEO, Dr. Veronica Gasol, who is joining us virtually. Interestingly, she organized and she's joining us virtually. So we thank her for her leadership, which has made this conference a success. It will be, or it is already. We thank also our partners, the University of Port Harcourt. We thank more than I think the very first person we have, and because he kicked us out of here is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt. Thank you so much for taking out time to join us here. We appreciate everything the university has done to make this conference. It might also introduce you and interest you to know that the Vero was actually formed when we were students here in the university. So it is a child of during our master's program here, and it's when it was really started. So thank you very much for the support you've given to the company all these years. We thank also our partners, Energy Technology Institute, University of Port Harcourt, and we also thank the Center of Power Systems, led by Professor Roland. We thank also Aiccees and Federal University of Technology, Owerri, who supported this event. I'm sure they will be arriving here anytime soon because they are coming from Owerri this morning. We thank our presenters who will be joining us, some virtually, some in person. We have representative from Uganda. We also have from Kenya. Thank you very much for joining us. I know we experienced challenges yesterday, but I'm happy to see that you are here today. We thank also other speakers that will be joining us in the different sessions that we'll be having. We thank Rian, the representatives that are here. We thank the Women in Renewable Energy Association who are here, who are represented here with their representative. Thank you also all the speakers and attendees, those joining us virtually, and those who are here in person. We thank you for your time. We wish you an eventful session. Tomorrow, like the moderator will be reading out the activities we have on the clean energy mentorship session tomorrow. And we thank Rian for supporting us to carry out this particular session. And we wish you a successful networking session, whether that will be happening. I hope you enjoy your stay in Port Harcourt. Those of us that are coming here for the first time, you take time to go around and see the beautiful city of Port Harcourt. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Let's celebrate Engineer Anthony more beautifully. Yes, he's celebrating. One of the highlights of this event is that Tobiru is a child of the University of Ghana. Can you put a hand for that? Thank you very much. Yes, I want to also find with him knowledge what the purpose for this conference, because the Port Harcourt Veronica Foundation, as well as transforming energy leading partnership for the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. You are all duly acknowledged. Thank you very much. Please, without much ado, we invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, the prestigious University of Port Harcourt, who is here, every represented by the DVC, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research and Development, Professor Angela from Greece. Thank you very much. We celebrate her, every comes on stage, celebrate her. Thank you very much.
conference. The conference chair, Professor Roland, wow, give me fire. The conference co-chairs, Professor Ogenen Gordon, Odeke, Professor Sunday Oyetiko came all the way from Ogun State, Professor Fidelis Abam, all the way from Cross River State. The keynote speakers, Professor Modele Gosede Elita, who came all the way from Ilorin, and all the other keynote speakers here, physically and virtually. Respected members of the academic community, industry leaders and policy makers, our esteemed international local guests, those joining us virtually, gentlemen of the press, unique students, unicorns, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy and a deep sense of responsibility that I warmly welcome you all to the University of Port Harcourt and to the third edition of the African International Conference on Clean Energy and Energy Storage, Aiccees 2025. This conference has since its inception provided a unique platform where academic, industry, and government public convene to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and collaborate on practical solutions to Africa's pressing energy challenges. I am particularly delighted that this edition is hosted at our Institute of Petroleum and Energy Studies, a hub for cutting-edge research and innovation in energy. The theme of this year's conference, Advancing Clean Energy Access, Storage Solutions, and Sustainable Pathway for Africa's Future, could not be more timely. Across the continent, millions of households, businesses, and industries still struggle with energy poverty. The urgency to accelerate Africa's clean energy transition cannot be overstated. So I believe that gatherings such as the Aiccees 2025 will help shape not just the conversation, but also the actions that will define our continent's energy future. We are honored to host distinguished keynote speakers, seasoned researchers, innovators, and young entrepreneurs who will be sharing their insights and experiences over the course of this conference. Your contributions will not only enrich our understanding, but also inspire practical strategies for deploying clean and sustainable energy technologies across. Must also commend the organizers, particularly Tovero Energy Limited, our academic partner, all our sponsors for their commitment, tireless effort in making this conference a reality. Your dedication underscores the importance of collaboration in solving complex challenges such as energy access and climate change. As we declare this third edition of Aiccees Open, I encourage participants to fully engage, network widely, and take away actionable ideas that will translate into impact beyond this fall. Together, we can accelerate Africa's journey towards clean, reliable, and affordable energy. So, once again, on behalf of the University of Port Harcourt and its numerous stakeholders, I welcome you and wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jella, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, in charge of research development. Thank you for that very brief but exciting welcome remark to set the ball rolling for this conference. Please once again celebrate her. Celebrate her. Thank you very much. And we're going to be very swift. We will call on the professor. We'll call on the conference chair to give a very opening remark. Conference chair, Professor Rola Owango, who is the Director, Center for Power Systems of the University. Please let's celebrate Professor as he comes onto the stage. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. I want to stand up to call that at the established by the Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the DVCR and team of Angela in Francis. It is with immense pleasure and profound sense of honor that I welcome everyone of you to the Aiccees 2025. As the conference chair, I am humbled by the collective brilliance and expertise that graces this graduate. Aiccees 2025 is not just a gathering of mind, it is a convergence of passion, innovation, and a shared commitment to ushering in a new era of clean energy for our beloved. I must express my heartfelt appreciation, first and foremost, a profound thanks to the meticulous organizer of this event, Evono Energy Limited. Your dedication and tireless efforts have transformed an idea into reality we are now living. Equally deserving of our gratitude are our esteemed partners, the Energy Technology Institute here in the University of Port Harcourt, and also Transforming Energy Learning Partner, the African Center for Excellence in Future Energy Electrochemical System. I think it's based at Owerri, and the Renewable Energy Association, Nigeria, REN. Your collaboratory spirit brought about a conference that is not only comprehensive in its scope, but representative of the diverse facets of the clean energy landscape. I'm also extending my thanks to the members of the scientific committee, moderators, and panel members who have worked diligently behind the scene to ensure the seamless execution of this event. Your commitment to excellence is evident in every detail, and I'm truly grateful for your contribution. As we embark on this adventure together, let us be reminded that The challenge we face are complex, but so are the solutions within our reach. It is through this collaboration of brilliant minds, diverse perspectives, and shared experience that we will pave the way for a sustainable and a resilient future. Take full advantage of its sessions, engage in a lively discussion, and forge connections that extend beyond the confines of this virtual platform. Aiccees 2025 is not just a conference, it is a catalyst to change. And each one of you is an integral part of this transformation process. I want to thank you for being here, for your commitment to clean energy, and for the impact you will undoubtedly make. Let us together create the path towards greener Africa. We expect to launch the fourth edition of the African Conference on Clean Energy and Energy Storage to deepen the understanding of our clean energy and energy storage and promote the clean energy transition in Africa. We are looking forward to seeing you at the conference by 2026. Welcome to Aiccees 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please put your hands together to celebrate Professor Roland Ohowango, who is the conference chairman of Aiccees 2025. Please celebrate him for that very wonderful opening remark. Yes, with that, it sets the tone for the day. So for us to proceed, is we would like to use this opportunity just before we call on the first keynote address. We'd like to use this opportunity to acknowledge and ask for the Global Electric Cooking Foundation. The representative is Aisha Butterfield. She's here with us online to give a very brief goodwill message. Please, can someone prompt Aisha if she's ready to speak to us? Very brief. Good. Okay, Aisha's here. Aisha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Very much. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I want to start by expressing my sincere thanks to everybody for the opportunity to talk to you today, and also my apology for not being with you in person in the room. But I would like to congratulate you at bringing together the attendees for this conference and to bring them together at the University of Port Harcourt, which I didn't have the pleasure of visiting when I went to Port Harcourt last time, but the university does have a very, very good reputation here in the UK for being a very high quality institution. So I'm delighted that this is taking place at this university. I think the topics in terms of the conference being addressed are extremely relevant. And we know that for energy, the moment you start to talk about energy, you have to include energy storage. And to see that clean cooking and clean mobility are also in this discussion as well really highlights the interconnectedness of these different topics. And I'm sure that with the great minds in this room that we can try to address and solve these problems together over the course of the next 2 days. So wishing all a very good conference and celebrating the power of unified thinking across these sectors. Thank you.
And of course, we have to appreciate the Global Electric Cooking Foundation. Thank you very much. Please, let's once again celebrate. You know very well, we call on the representative of Lumos Laboratory Nigeria Limited, Ejikeme Nwosu, to give a very brief. Good. Thank you very much. Please celebrate him.
Good morning, everyone. In a very special way, I want to thank Global Energy for putting this meeting. I'm so impressed with the level of preparations and execution, and I'm optimistic that this conference and programs will grow better and bigger every year. Please, let's go forward. I want to drop this to important which was placed. No nation can claim to be a great nation if we are not energy independent. Ask ourselves, are we energy independent? As a nation, as a university, in our homes? Let's think about that. See what's happening in Europe. The fight in Russia, Ukraine has made many part of Western Europe to start thinking about their energy sustainability. The second note is Stone Age did not end unavailability of goods. During the Stone Age, before you make fire, you're going to strike stone, generate spark, get some of energy. The technology is still here, but we don't use them again because we already have more improved technologies. The same way, nobody is going to pause for anybody in the world when you are not ready to innovate and adopt clean energy technologies. Let's not think that we have government. The fact is that the world is all waiting for anyone. I came back from a conference last week from the US, Better Chemical Society. The Uber that took me to the airport when I was living electric already adopted them. And we are busy claiming we are rich driving a petrol powered cars. Time will come when they will be obsolete. And if we don't have the technologies to lead up, probably we're going to put it. Let's be a very thing we're going to think about. And I agree with what the government is doing at this conference with the back end of the we should be thinking of practical solutions. When the VC was given his speech for the VC, there's something she said something, practical solutions, and I would like thinking about practical solutions. Not just thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Ejikeme Nwosu of the Most Laboratories, Germany. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, please, just one more goodwill message to the head for Engineer Dapo Adesina has joined us online of the Electric Mobility Promoters Association Nigeria. Please, Engineer Dapo, can you please tell us your 2 minutes for the brief?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, distinguished colleagues, innovators, and change makers, I'd like to welcome you this today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're connecting from in any part of the world. My name is Engineer Dapo Adesina. I am the president of the Electric Mobility Promoters Association of Nigeria, also known as EMPAN. I'd like to extend my warm greetings and goodwill to the organizers and the participants of this third African International Conference of Clean Energy and Energy Storage, with the theme Empowering Africa's Sustainable Energy Future. And this resonates deeply with us at EMPAN because it aligns with our mission, which is to champion the adoption of electric mobility in Nigeria by fostering collaborations, advocating supportive policies, and driving impactful partnership. Our vision is clear, and which is to position Nigeria as a leader in the electric mobility in Africa by advancing sustainable, affordable, and accessible transport solutions for all. And to achieve this, we remain committed to our core objectives, which are to advocate for policies that enables a favorable regulatory environment, to build strong collaborations across industry stakeholders, while raising public awareness on the benefits of sustainable transport by driving capacity building and technical trainings, as well as attracting investments and partnerships to grow the sector. I believe that this conference is a vital platform where we can exhibit the knowledge exchange that is going to happen here through the showcase of the technologies and innovations that can transform our continent's energy and mobility landscape. At MPAN, we believe that clean energy and sustainable mobility are not just solutions, they are the pathways to economic growth, job creation, and climate resilience for Africa. I'd like to applaud the organizers for this timely initiative and to encourage all participants to engage fully so that we can forge partnerships and commit to actionable outcomes that will shape our collective future. I wish you all a successful and impactful conference. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest part of the conference.
Thank you very much, Engineer Adapo Adesina of Electric Mobility Promoters Association of Nigeria. Thank you for that very good message. To set the tone for today's conversation, we would like to bring on board the first keynote speaker who will be speaking to us today on a very exciting topic. We have here as the first keynote speaker, Professor Modele, who is the Director of National Center for Agricultural Research and Development. She is, if I'm interested to know that she is the first female professor of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology of the University of Ibadan. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Yeah, it might interest you to know that Professor Eleta is the first female professor of the Faculty of Engineering Technology of the University of Ibadan, where she has served since 2008 as the founding staff of the Department of Chemical Engineering. She has held several leadership roles in the faculty and, of course, the university, coordinating department, head of the department, coordinator. Citation. Thank you very much. So please celebrate also as she comes on. Please celebrate her. Celebrate her. I will have the honor to read very briefly. So, Professor, here with us is Professor Omodele Obiodu Bosede is Eleta, who is a professor, who is the first female professor of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology of the University of Ibadan, where she has served since 2008. 2008 as the founding staff of the Department of Chemical Engineering. She has held several leadership roles, including acting head of department, coordinator and acting director of the Unit of Marine Consultancy Services, and currently director of the National Center for Hydropower Research and Development under the Energy Commission of Nigeria. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers and member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Please put your hands together for Professor Eleta, who is here to present to us the first unit presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me appreciate the Vice Chancellor, ably represented, for laying the protocols, because that's something I don't find myself doing very well. So I always love somebody to do it first. It's a great honor and privilege to be here. This is third edition of Aiccees. I really want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I've been in this energy line precisely 9 months now. I became the director of National Center for Hydropower Research and Development January this year. And I have seen a lot since then that I think by the time we share in this keynote address, it will be not just thought-provoking, it will set us for action. The energy equation, clean, store, and equitably shared. When the last Goodwill presenter, Multiple presenter, was talking, he said he was in the US and the car that took him, the Uber, was a Tesla, driving electricity. September this year, I was in Kigali, Rwanda in Africa. Even their rights, the right, we need to move. Yeah. Current status of energy in Africa. We have a population of 1.4 billion, thereabouts. And out of this, 600 million have no access to energy, clean or polluted. It is a shame. When the Deputy Vice Chancellor, I'm happy she's the one that is here, Research and Development, was talking, she said energy poverty. I think this is real energy poverty. And we need to get ourselves out of it. Africa today stands at a defining crossroads. And this poverty is affecting every facet of life. Healthcare, you go to the hospital, the operation cannot be done because there is no electricity. The generator is expensive to drive because fossil fuel has become very expensive. Yet, we have abundant renewable energy resources in the country, in the continent. Africa is so blessed. And we're talking of hydro, we have large rivers all over Africa. Solar, everywhere. Wind, we have significant amounts of it. Biomass, geothermal. In fact, most of what we have goes to waste because we have not been able to put it together unless we store it so that we can use it. I just mentioned Kigali now. It was so interesting when Kigali, you know the story of Rwanda. They had genocide. And from nothing, they started. If you go to their power plants, their renewable energy power plants, it's driven by less than 10. It's sitting on 17 hectares, land with 30,000 solar panels. And they are converting it and joining it to the grid so that during the day, they make use of what they have been able to generate, and then they go back to the grid in the night to use the normal power. So, where are we? If the people who went to ground zero, that's a good example for us in Africa. From ground zero, they can build up to where they are. We have so much. The challenge before us how to convert this abundance into renewable, affordable, clean, and sustainable energy system. I'm the director of NAFED. It is one of 6 energy centers of the Energy Commission of Nigeria. Those centers and research centers are set up so that you use what is predominant in your area, your footstool of research. You know, in North Central, we have a lot of water. In fact, most of the hydropower installations in this country, they are in that area. We have Sokoto taking wind, research in wind technology. Benin, we have in Lagos across the 6 geopolitical zones. That means we have the templates. It is how to build on this. So, for us in Africa, clean energy and energy storage is no longer an optional cost. It is not optional. We need to drive this clean and of the energy. What are the challenges that we have? You know, other people are looking at electricity and going away from fossil fuel. We are sitting on the top of oil where we are now. And on that oil, we have been driving this nation like forever. But over time, it has been discovered that good as it is, there are also some negatives. So that is why the world is moving from fossil fuel to clean energy. And in Africa, all that we need is there. How do we go forward? Others are talking of decarbonization, moving from fossil. For us, if we need fossil, what are we able to do? So we go to this Africa's required energy equation. That's what I start with. Okay, let me just go on. So the clean energy generation is not enough. Without effective storage, renewable power remains vulnerable to intermittency. I know most of us, we have alternate energy supply in our homes. We run solar systems, inverters, and stuff like that. But have you thought of what it will be like? So much energy that is generated during the day, if you can convert storage so that during the night, there is no need for you to start doing. A generator in my house. I think in the past 2-3 years, I have not had reason to put it on. In fact, as soon as they removed fuel subsidy and it became difficult to buy fuel for common man, I just switched. So I only things that my solar inverter cannot handle. Those are the only things I handle from the grid. So the simple formula manufactures technology, reliability, and equity. Clean, storage, equity. To the future we are looking forward to. At the end of the presentation, you will see how we are getting there. When my citation was being read, I was introduced as the first female professor in the Faculty of Engineering and Technology at the University of Illinois. I am also the first person, I don't know whether you've had it before, but I think I'm one of the first persons that have 2 fathers. Is it possible? Okay, so I have two fathers. I'm a director of the Energy Commission Nigeria, with functions to plan and analyze, to give information on energy, train manpower, and then research and development. It is the research and development of it keying into as the director at the The second father, basically, I am a staff of the University of Ilorin. So when our DVC research came up, I said, oh, she couldn't have been anywhere else but here because this is our zone and we are trading. To the foundation of sustainability. We are richly blessed in the continent, and we are trying to take strides. We are blessed with solar, wind, hydro, biomass, geothermal across Africa. Africa is not just a victim of climate change. Africa can be a protagonist in the clean energy revolution. I call it a revolution, moving from fossil to the clean energy. Energy storage system, which is the bridge between power and access. I told the story in the night. As soon as you get to your home, you start switching off some appliances because you don't want what you have stored to drain. So we have from batteries to pump hydro storage. Such technologies provide reliability because they address the problem of intermittency. They ensure that power is available not just when there is a peak, but like when even the peak season is off. For example, if you are looking at solar, when it is evening, there's no sun ray anymore. If there is a stored energy, then you can quickly go to the data, will be like a backup, so that from the day you have energy. If you look at hydro, we have rainy season, so much water for driving your turbines. Then we go to dry season. In the dry season, sometimes you don't even believe that some places ever had water because it goes that dry. And that is why we have hybrid. So where hydro fails because we don't have enough water supply, then you have your solar coming up. I've lived in Bida. There are seasons in that Bida in Nigeria, for those who are non-Nigerians, the heat is so much you have to bake several times before you will survive it. And the same goes for other African countries. So hot. And yet, it is only the discomfort we seem to be enjoying. Why can't we tap into this reserve? Why can't we store it? Why can't we make use of it to drive our industry? Take a few seconds to think of what could be better achieved if adequate storage is in place. Storage technology makes clean energy reliable, and that is where organizations like Aiccees leadership in electrochemical systems and battery innovation is commendable and should translate to more research. From the university, research is one of the key. From the Energy Commission, research is there. to translate what we have. Why do we have to keep those same stories? Simply share. Simply share. Public grid instability demands more than 10. It requires policies rooted in energy democracy, where everybody shapes the decision. In Kigali, going to their power plant, where the solar panels are, the community around that place is involved. So they own it. They own it. You will not see a single police officer or army guarding the place. But nothing is tampering with the installation. And what do they do? The community around, they are the people that are made to do the media jobs, cleaning, because the panels have to be cleaned when the not settled on them from time to time. And they are paid, so they feel is a means, is incentive. So they are ready to protect the installation. Providing leadership in clean energy. Outside, sorry, the last slide, please. We have that communities must shape what transpires around them, which is the story of Gali that I brought up. Okay, the energy, they must shape energy decisions. Across Africa, we must shape energy decisions. South Africa is doing a good job already. And they are projecting into the future. In Ethiopia, Jotama, today or yesterday, I met somebody from Kenya, where Jotama is being scaled up. In Nigeria, you've had renewable solarization. In fact, on the 18th of September, the Honorable Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology, he, in company of the Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, they want to commence this solarization across hospitals in Amadu, sorry, Kano, Abinu Kano Teaching Hospital. Yes, that's on the 18th of this September. So healthcare is being taken care of. Education. When education, when we started out there, the DBC said, oh, the people are few. I told her, traveling across Africa, even within the country, let's say, that was for COVID-19. There was something good that came out. At least now we can go hybrid. For those convenient ones, they come. Those not convenient, they are joining us like all the people joining us online now. Nigeria is at war. Morocco is also on the non-solar complex plants. This examples prove that Africa is capable of designing. Africa is capable of implementing. And only the world class clean energy project. We can do it. We can do it. At the National Center for Hydropower Research and Development, we are working basically on hydro, just as our name implies. We have gone ahead. We have this small hydropower demonstration unit. You will know that setting up hydropower plants can be very capital intensive. Which is why we are all here today and online. We have Africans that have the money. We go out there, we enjoy good comfort. I was in Uganda last year. The light did not blink once. I was in Ghana this year. And I'm just wondering, we can do it. We are getting there. We can do it. We just need to be committed. At the National Center for Hydropower, we are going around assessing potential of the water bodies in the country. The idea is, after we have discovered the potential, how do we move beyond the research? We are even going into designing and fabricating turbines. It cannot just lie there. It shouldn't just lie on the table. It shouldn't lie in our head. It should move. It should move. But who will drive it? It's you and I. Innovation is a continuous thing. You cannot say we have gotten there. You have to do it better. The Tesla you mentioned, sir, is almost becoming obsolete because others are coming up. Investing in research. People must be ready to invest in research. That is the only way we can move forward. And that's why we need policy and institutional collaboration. We cannot solve Africa's energy challenges. We need supportive policies. Policies that will drive it and move it across. That's why you find everybody is leaving the villages. They are moving out. They want to come where they think it is happening. Why can't we empower everybody? If you cannot have hydropower, can't you use that solar energy that is free in Africa? Make it go round. And you know, energy is what drives industry. It's what drives industry. Many industries are either shut down or moved to greener pastures because the energy has become expensive across Africa. What can we do? Policy frameworks that incentivize clean energy investments while protecting vulnerable population. You give incentive to people. I told you in Kigali, the community there, they own that facility. You don't have 10 people working in that installation. They have a control room. They have somebody at the gate, 2 other people that takes you around the city. And they are able to provide electricity for the country. They even have a collaboration with Uganda. I'm sure the man from Uganda, I met also somebody here. They have a collaboration with Uganda. Building is there, yes. So that what you have in abundance, you can actually export across the continent. Financing mechanisms that will enrich renewable energy investment in Africa, including blended finance, green loans, and public-private partnership. Public-private partnership. There are some private that are very, very. The money there. Why can't we think of investing to make our continent great? so that it's not just be an individual. Collaboration amongst academia. I met somebody from Uganda, somebody from Kenya already. We need to collaborate. What is it that you have that I don't have? If we bring them all to the table as Africans, we get it. This conference exemplifies the power of collaboration. It is bringing together stakeholders from across continents and from different divides. We are sitting on oil. Right here, we also have from academia. We have people from different governments. We have industry. The few opportunities that Africa must be mini grids, decentralizing energy assets, mini grids. Where I work, unfortunately, sometimes last year, some people felt we didn't need to be connected to the grid, so they sold transformer and left the casing. The center is now being driven on a mini grid. We have a mini grid solar panel in the center that we are using to drive the center. Local manufacturing of energy storage system. You have heard that we have a lot of lithium deposits in Nigeria. We have a lot of these things across Africa. That can be used. You've been hearing about lithium ion batteries, lithium batteries, lithium batteries, they store more than the regular ones, and yet they will go and refine, and then return them to us to buy them. And we have all it takes. We go out there as Africans, we go, and they are pushing us from those countries that we are going to. But get together, come together, sit together as Africans, and put them together to make our own continent healthier. A place you want to come to. Jobs. Do you know that by the time jobs, all this research is being translated to reality, jobs will come. Jobs will come. And across Africa, like they are already doing from Uganda and Rwanda, you start having cross-border trade that will improve our continent. Distinguished participants, the task before us is very, very clear. We need to move from research to implementation. It's all story. We stand up again, end of discussion. We need to move from research to implementation, from pilot projects to scale up. We have a 5 kilowatt small hydropower from one center that we used to demonstrate to people. But like I said, setting up small hydropower is pretty expensive. It needs a lot of capital. The small hydropower 5 kilowatt already shows you can do it. Investors need to invest to move it so that they will be moving away from the grid, reducing connections to the grid. So that everybody, this poverty that we are saying, will be reduced across Africa. We need to move from policy paper to concrete action. African benefit future is not a dream. It's a responsibility. And it is a responsibility for you and I. What is your own contribution? We cannot afford today. Every year of our inaction, of just telling stories, moves us deeper into poverty. Because the world outside there is moving. So the poverty becomes more evident if we are not moving with it. Together, ensure that when history is being told, 10 years down the line, it should be told that you and I have contributed our own to move Africa forward. It is our responsibility to harness our abundant resources. We need to harness them. And they are there. They are there. Deploy innovative technology and prompt policies that ensure access to food. Policies that ensure access for all, not just for those in the capital city. We need to get more innovative and less and subsidy. Otherwise, we will just wake up each day and continue to complain, grumbling. We don't have. We seem to know how to tell so much. The good news is there's awareness. And many stakeholders are working to see that we improve the current. I commend Aiccees for this important conversation we are having today. I want to tell us a little story or remind us of the story of Thomas Edison, 1879. I hope we all remember that man, the light bulb. When he was going to summarize his work, he looked at it and said, I have found 10,000 ways how it should not be done. Then I have not failed. Instead, I have found 10,000 ways of how it should not be done. Research is about trial and error, a lot of iteration. So that one day we'll be able to shout, Eureka, Eureka, I have found it. We need to move. To close with this word from Aiccees. To create the future, we need a huge shift in thinking, in value, and action. In that slide, where the man was standing on several ladders, like 14. Those are ladders. As long as you don't set it right, you can never achieve. You waste so much resources. And I think all we need as Africans is to collaborate. And the small group I belong to, last year, I took a course on AI and did well on of the presentation. So I was taught by Pan African University, and I found out that there's a group across Africa, researchers, who are trying to see how we can solve the problem of Africa. You are supposed to be part of that kind of a move. The problems, we have identified them. We cannot continue to rely on our problems. We need to set it right so that when you set it right, you get it there. So much that is put to waste. And that is what we are doing currently. We need to be able to know how to place our ladder right so that please, collaboration is not about doing this. We are fond of doing this, and that's our major problem. You think you know it. No man is an island. Know it. Make your own knowledge as thought. That's where somebody will just add one little thing and it will make it better than where it was. Once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to deliver this keynote address. And I wish us a fruitful deliberation as presenters will be coming to tell us the areas of research and what they have been able to do and achieve so far. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together once again for and shown a very beautiful job in expanding, I would say. The topic was the energy equation, clean, stored, and equitably shared. Please put your hands together.
So is what leads us to a future that is secured, a secured future and African. When it is clean, when it is stored, and everything we will have a secure future as African. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together, make it very beautiful. Make it very, very beautiful. One of my the things I've really noted from her presentation was the fact that she's advising that we move from the paper-driven policy or I would say the verbal-driven policy to actions that will lead us to a sustainable future. Please put your hands together. So please, we take very few questions. If you have questions, you can indicate. Please, people from the virtual end, you can please indicate if you have a question for Professor. Okay, we have one. Oh. Okay. This is coming from Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that scholarly presentation. I think while you were just presenting, something was just in my mind. By the grace of God, I think you have joined one of the policy makers, being the director of our section. The question I want to ask, we have all the data across this country. For example, looking about the resources from River State down to the Guinea Korea. Is it to be a researcher that and the problem, or is the policy maker that is okay? Because we have this data, but yet we still cannot out this data bringing to reality. Now that we are on the policy maker, what is the problem? Is it business and investment plan? Is it policy regulating barriers? Or is it the political way that I will know with the research that will go into politics? Because now, President Tinubu said he wants to design or construct what called that coastal highway. And he's doing it. So it has no begin because if I'm the president today, say I want to construct a tidal power in River State that is going 60 megawatts and sell to other contiguous states of Africa. I will do it. So where do we stand? in our tenure. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. That actually came from Professor Kennedy about the University of Port Harcourt, one of our conference coaches. Oh, University of Panama. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Research is never a problem. But I will say this, as Africans, let us accept that today somebody is a policy maker. Tomorrow is to be the next person. And you see, whoever is in power or whoever owns the resources must believe in what you are doing to drive it. The person is trying to see how we can break it. But what informed this polarization, renewed hope of polarization across institutions. It started with healthcare, it's going to institutions, and I think we will eventually get there. And we shouldn't leave it to government. It is not government. It is you and I. Other things that are individuals that are probably richer. Individuals that have money. Unfortunately, people have never had somebody die and move on the other side with money. So we need to have this in the country, in the nation, in the continent. This is where you belong. Your own contribution, once you have it, give it. Give their life so that they can develop hydropower stations. If it is money that you want, you can give it. So, who is there, but I think the person on seat right now is also trying. That's why we are having this. It's going on. Everything can be done. Everything we do is political and logic across the nations. It's been done in hospitals. You will, I don't know if you've been to public hospitals in recent times. It's pathetic when it comes to electricity. Somebody to do what dialysis, you need electricity, and here there is no light. There is no money to buy it. And people are just, but we have started somewhere now with this polarization, renewed hope polarization that I mentioned started September 18th, is moving across the nation in Nigeria. And I guess same is happening across other nations of Africa. Once we believe in it, once we own it, it's good they are even driving us from developed countries. So that we will not become your because you find out that it's even our own children also guilty. It's our children that are driving the economy of those people. If we come back and invest, what is knowledge, finances, property, nation in the continent, then we will become that enviable nation. That enviable continent that people will be eager to come back to. The Kigali I mentioned. Do you know that genocide is now, I don't know, I don't want to call it revenue generating venture because you know, people coming from all over the world, they want to see the effect, the impact of that genocide. And there's a center. I'm wearing a badge. It says Kigali Genocide Memorial. There's a memorial center. People pay and travel all along to come be part of it. Let's not continue to say government. Government will continue to try, but we ourselves are not owning this thing. It becomes a problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. So we have from Honorable Solomon Murray, who is has joined us. He's a former lawmaker of the
Good morning. Thank you very much for this time. I hope you are hearing me. Hello. I hope you can hear me, please. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Engineer Solomon Barrett. I wish to apologize for not joining you in person, but I want to thank you, Prof, for the well-digested topic which you have done justice to it, and we appreciate what you have done. I agree with you totally that clean energy future is not a dream; it's actually a responsibility, and a responsibility by this generation who have utilized on clean energy so much that they have polluted the world. And there is the need for them to clean up before living so that they can live a better society for those to come. And I think that time is now. And I think one of the major problems that I would want to maybe have your thought on it is that there seems to be a very serious disconnect between research findings and implementation. And I don't know at what point can we bridge this gap, and who is responsible for the bridging of this gap? Because the research findings in our universities, polytechnics, and other institutions of learning, even institutes, they are so much that we have not utilized 1/10. Let me even say 1% of it has not been utilized by us. And I don't know at what point are we going to be able to bridge this gap. And the bigger gap also exists between research findings and, of course, end users use. So I don't know at what point can we be able to do it. I agree with you that yes, we should move from the point of research to implementation. As much as that, whatever we have researched on today, whatever we have had today as a product, I think the research should be on continuous so that we can improve what we have done today continuously. I think that will help us go forward. But let us find a way of utilizing what we have done now. Because without utilization of what we have researched and our findings are today, there is no way we are going to be able to improve on it and know what are the gray areas that needed improvement. So I think these are some of the few things I want you to also shed more light on. So thank you very much for a very well presentation. Thank you.
So much work is being done. So I'm not going to the university because we have so much there. So much is on the ground. Without funding, it is a problem. Somebody has to believe in endurance and perseverance to get to where we are going. When I talked about Edison, he tried it 10,000 times before he got the answer. But the motivation was there. And so eventually he got it. And today we are staying inside the building and it's not that. We keep looking for growth outside of Africa. And yet, so much mineral resources reside in Africa. So much wealth in Africa. And we keep looking for agencies outside to sponsor our research. Until we own those things, until we believe in them. Because without funding, those research will continue to be beautiful at pilot scale. So it boils down to you and I, captains of industry, and the use of end products. Now, we've been developing different combines in my center to take care of the different heads. If somebody tomorrow wants to start hydropower, I'm going to think of importing from China. So until we believe in ourselves, let's start improving on it. That's what research is all about. Oh, we got this much efficiency now. With people funding, we can get it better. Let's don't start looking at grants from within Africa. We are rich. We are blessed. Then we want to queue with so many people trying to look for grants outside them. It's all about us only what we have.
Thank you very much. Put a round of applause to Professor Melita. That has been very wonderful. Please, for the other questions, we'll get our volunteers to get to you. Drop the paper with you just for one of time. Paper with you. And of course, you have access to very much. Put a round of applause for Professor as she leads the podium. Yes, Professor, thank you very much for doing justice to this conference. Thank you very much. Yes, so to proceed, please to call on a few questions for the goodwill message, a very brief 2 minutes goodwill message. First, to call on Dr. Edith Emeka of the Electric Mobility, Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution PHED to give a 2 minutes goodwill remark. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for that.
Goodwill message delivered at the African International Conference on Clean Energy and Energy Storage. Permit me to start on the executive protocol. On behalf of the Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, PHEDC, I'm delighted to extend warm greetings to all distinguished participants at the African International Conference on Clean Energy and Energy Storage 2025. This conference represents a significant platform for policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, and innovators Africa energy landscape, energy systems that are reliable, affordable, and sustainable. At Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company, our mission goes beyond distributive. We are committed to driving innovation and supporting the transition towards cleaner energy solution. Over the past 2 years, we have worked with developers under the Nigeria Electrification Project, NEP, to deploy solar-powered interconnected mini-grids with a combined capacity of over 1 megawatts, now fully commissioned and operational and service in our franchise area. In addition, several more mini-grid projects are currently under construction under various initiatives such as the distributed asset through the renewable energy scale-up and accelerated scale-up of renewable and distributed energy resources, DERS, while additional capacity is under negotiation with prospective demonstrating our steady line of renewable energy investments, and forms sources and partnerships that will transform the nation and the continent at large. We commend the organizers for this energy. We commend the organizer for this timely initiative, and we wish all participants deliberations. May this conference inspire solutions that will light up Africa, industries, and communities for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for giving justice to that. We celebrate you. Okay, please, a round of applause for Dr. Aiccees. Okay, so we will be moving straight into the presentation. The next keynote presentation here will be coming from Professor Lawrence Aiccees, who is the founder and CEO of Policy and Planning Associates. She will be joining us online. He's already online. If he's listening to us, he can hear us. Okay, please Professor, can you turn on your mic? Can you turn on your mic?
Yes, I've turned on my mic. Yes, thank you. And they also want me to turn on the video. So I've turned on the video as well. And can you see my screen with the slide?
Hello, Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hopping from megawatt,
Okay.
megabyte to megawatt. Please,
Yes.
round of applause. Professor has touched on the session. Professor, you can go.
Yeah, I can hear you now. But I don't see, let me see here. Can you see my screen? All right. Can you see my presentation?
Very well. Go ahead.
Awesome. All right. All right. So good morning, Port Harcourt, Vice Chancellor, distinguished faculty, colleagues from industry and government, students, and our hosts at the Institute of Petroleum and Energy Studies. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important meeting. And I would like to extend my special appreciation to Tovero Energy, the Africa Center of Excellence in Future Energies and Electrochemical Systems, and the Transforming Energy Access, that is the learning partnership of the University of, yeah. All right, so let me just start by saying something that I'm sure you are all quite aware of, that AI by itself won't change your phone. It won't charge your phone, but it can make sure that you have power to charge it. So that's an important distinction to recognize. So that in one sentence basically is the promise that I'm offering in this session today. And therefore that's why my talk is titled From Megabytes to Megawatts, that is turning from electrons and chips and AI systems to actual real life results. But it has to be based on trust. There's as such, I'll make certain subsequently, we can't just take AI as it is. At least at this level of development, it is something that has to be approached with care, because the mistakes can happen when you are using AI for all sorts of purposes. And I will again detail that later on. So my thesis is that AI is not electricity. It is the intelligence layer that reduces friction across a wide range of activities that are involved in planning an energy system, or in financing, or building it, operating and governing those systems. So you can think of AI as a kind of decision-making brain that uses weather and demand data to switch on batteries, shift cooling loads, and cut outages, or as we say in Ghana, dumso. So I'm going to go through the applications that are currently available when it comes to AI in the energy sector. And we'll take it from problems to practice. So there are 6 things I'm going to go through. Where are the value leaks taking place today? And by value leaks, I mean, where are the various obstructions in the system which prevent clean energy from reaching consumers? And then we would also take a brief look at what AI is and what it isn't. More importantly, what it isn't. I think most people have a kind of at least superficial understanding of what AI is. And I can assure you that that understanding is changing very rapidly. We started with chatbots 4 years ago in terms of availability to everybody, but now we are talking about agents, not just LLMs. We're talking about agents that are able to actually carry out tasks in the real world. An agent like Cloud Code, which some of you might be aware of, is able to actually change your files or create new files in your system, in your computer. So that's real entry into the real world, so to speak. And then there is also something I'm going to talk about, which I would like to refer to as there's a simple 2x2 matrix I shall use to illustrate when we should use AI and when we should not. And that goes into a governance checklist that I've called trust. And when I explain the details of what this governance checklist entails, some of you might say, well, maybe the trust is a very kind of like, I'm just using words that do not necessarily link to the statements associated with each of these letters. But I'm sure when we've gone through it, you would understand why I use that trust. And then, of course, once you have understood how we can go about trusting AI, then we need an action roadmap. And again, use another acronym, POWER, because we are looking at the power sector. And yet each of those letters mean something very important from a power sector sustainability and equality and access point of view. And then at the end of it, I would like to challenge all of us with a call of action, something I'm calling a 90-day Port Harcourt Clean Energy Data Sprint. This is not something I'm insisting upon. It's just something that I'm using to trigger your thinking about the need to take action. After these kinds of conferences, we need to have a clear view that what next, and that what next is what I've encapsulated in this 90-day Port Harcourt Clean Energy Data Sprint, which also has capacity building elements, as the previous speakers have also indicated. So I will be looking at what are the frictions I talked about, what are the challenges that we currently have in our energy system. And here I'll be looking at 4 basic issues. We always have forecasting errors, and these can result in curtailment of service or the need for backing up, usually with diesel or fossil fueled backup systems. Then we also have issues with asset downtimes and the need to then have to fall back on reactive maintenance. And then, of course, we have got commercial losses. Most people think only of commercial losses, but I think you should also please consider something called non-technical losses, which is a very uncomfortable topic to bring up, but non-technical losses are more those that result from fraudulent behavior on either the consumer or the producer side, where power is stolen. And so that constitutes a significant amount of the losses. Hold on, I'm just. Okay. All right, can you all see my screen now? I just got a call from somebody at the conference, I guess, asking me to do something about the screen. You can see it now, right?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, great. All right. So we need to trust AI, and this model. Oh, you can't see it again?
Yes, we can see it again.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Can you see the screen?
No? Okay, don't worry, we share from our end.
Yes, please share from your end, because there seems to be an issue here. So I sent a copy of the presentation to Anthony. So could you please let me know when you are able to see this, especially the diagram I've just put up on what AI is and is not.
Yes, we're there now.
You are there now, okay, on slide 3, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I'll just continue. Like I said earlier on, we need to have a way of checking whether we can trust AI. This is important for some of you who may have already been actively engaged in AI for various tasks. It can sometimes give you, just to give you an example, this very diagram you are seeing here on the screen was the result of my prompting ChatGPT to give me a diagram that illustrates the jagged frontier, which I'll explain shortly later on. And it gave me this. Okay, there was a bit of a mistake that I found in it, so I made a few corrections in the prompting, and the result was what you are seeing now. I did go ahead and, as I always do, check with another LLM, which is some of you may know, many of you may know of Gemini. So I went to Gemini, I gave it the exact same prompt I gave to ChatGPT, and you don't want to see what I got, in return. So I was asking it to explain or to give me an image that illustrates the jagged frontier. And it gave me really very, it wasn't what I wanted. Let me put it that way. But again, one should always keep in mind that AI that is designed to be excellent in one area may not necessarily be very good at the other. That's already an example of, or that's the name that has been given to this type of uneven behavior depending on the use case. And so, so eventually I chose the ChatGPT version of the diagram. So anyway, so like I said, electrons are not AI or vice versa. We should think of it in terms of balance of system or an intelligence layer, okay, on top of the rest of the components that make up a given energy system. And in terms of where we should be applying AI, nowcasting should be very important. Being able to give short-term forecasts, and we are talking here about within the next day, the next hour, what is likely to be the load curve. What would it look like? And nowcasting focuses also on being able to predict operation and maintenance requirements, and also how to reduce losses. Okay, so now let's come to the key concept in this issue, which is what AI is not. AI is certainly not the silver bullet that solves every single problem. It excels in certain fields, and then it can be really a poor a poor provider of service in other fields. So this idea or this characterization comes from one professor, Ethan Mollick. Some of you may have heard about him or read some of his books. One of his latest books is called Co-Intelligence. Very good book, which I'll recommend to some of you. You can get it on Amazon. I'm not selling for him, just that I find a lot of value in his analysis. And so this illustrates, the dotted line here illustrates the frontier of capability that we might need, for which we can apply AI, all right? And then the blue line shows the uneven behavior of AI, like the examples I just gave with ChatGPT, Gemini. And sometimes its ability exceeds the frontier of human capability, all right? Whereas other times it's way below, like my personal experience today. What I wanted was not what I got. Maybe my prompting was not correct, but the fact is it was way below what I could have done myself with a PowerPoint slide or something like that. But that would have taken me quite some time. So in any case, the point here is that because of its uneven performance, which is often unpredictable, we need to have a system for deciding when to use AI and when to use other methods, including traditional methods of solving problems in the power sector. So that takes me to the next point I want to make. I recently developed a very simple decision matrix. It's a 2x2 matrix. And some of you who are more interested in deeper research might say, why should it be 2x2, two-dimensional solution? Why not the third dimension, the Z axis, but for now, I want to suggest that this is the kind of thing based on the jagged frontier concept. All right. This is one way of saying in a given situation, when should I use AI and when should I not? All right. So the matrix basically generates 4 quadrants. All right. So in the first quadrant here, if you have a situation where the stakes are low, like if there's a mistake, well, the cost is not, too heavy. All right. The cost is bearable. And if verifiability is also possible, that is, if you can check the AI's output, like I had to do with ChatGPT and Gemini when I was trying to generate that previous diagram, I could tell immediately that there is a problem with it, and I decided not to use it, not to use one of them. All right. So when you have that kind of situation, which you will encounter across your work or your workflow in the energy field, then you are basically in this quadrant where you can use AI for very basic things like drawing diagrams and email and writing abstracts of long documents or short versions of long documents and stuff like that. Those ones you can be sure that you can use AI, all right? But there are other situations where you cannot use, it may be a bad idea to use AI. Let me go to the extreme first. So let's say you have a situation where the stakes are very high, and at the same time, it's not easy to verify the quality of the results you are getting, or even the correctness. It's more, I think a better word is how correct is the AI relative to what we wanted from it. All right. So in that case, then you have a situation where you should just ignore, you shouldn't use the AI. You should wait till its technological development continues and becomes improved upon. But at a given point in time, if you cannot evaluate the performance or the results of the AI system, and also the stakes are very high, if a life could be lost, if, for example, there's an unexpected power cut and there are no backups available, and there's an operation going on in a clinic on someone's heart or whatever, that is a classic example of a very, very high stakes situation, in which case relying on the AI could result in the death of someone or some people, and worse things can happen. That's just one example. So this system that I'm showing here on this screen is a simple metric for helping us decide on when to use AI, when not to use it, but also when to use it with verification. Even if we give an AI a task to complete, like generate, some kind of energy saving solution, we can have experts take a look at what the AI produces in terms of the when to cut power or when to shift loads and stuff like that. So that's hopefully those of you who are interested can get more detail from this simple chat here, and also this material I could share on how this thinking evolved. So the point being that we need to find a way of being sure when we choose an AI that we can trust it. That's just what it comes down to. And so that sort of led me to this notion of TRUST. Okay, so like I said, the T doesn't necessarily have to be the right letter to use to illustrate the whole thing, but it just works from using T for the task instead of R for the reversibility. So just accept it as it is if you don't mind. So we have T, which is where you look at what are the stakes involved, as I explained in the previous matrix. The R is where you can allow for some redundancy in the performance of the AI. And you can also do that through triangulation by having multiple sources of information that can help to solve a particular problem. And then, of course, source gravity, we have to have a clear understanding of the uncertainty budget as well at our disposal. Okay, how far can we afford to be uncertain about a particular solution? All right. And then, of course, there's the source gravity, which everyone who is involved in research knows. Your sources have to be, everything should be grounded in verifiable research or data. And then, of course, tooling and governance, you need some kind of, two-person or multi-person control of whatever you are using. So if your AI satisfies these five conditions, then you can say that it satisfies the trust framework. Okay, so it's like a checklist. Of course, the number of items that you need to use as your checklist can be more or less depending on your context. All right. So with adoption of trust and all its interpretations here that we have, AI adoption stops being a gamble. You are not gambling anymore. It becomes a routine. So decisions are predictable, records are audit ready, and projects meet the bar for due diligence and financing. Okay. So that's it with trust. Let's come to the other, I think, relevant way of moving forward with the application of AI. And again, an acronym that I come across or that I think is relevant for this discussion is power, because we are talking about the power sector. Okay. But again, this is somewhat contrived. But the P here stands for planning and procurement. That is, in which kind of activity would it make sense to consider the use of AI? And remember that frontier is shifting. All right, so it would be what we consider to be an inappropriate use of AI today could well be within the bounds of possibility a couple of years from now. We are just 3 years away from the proliferation of ChatGPT, the adoption by virtually everybody who now uses some kind of AI, right? And nowadays we are talking more about agentic AI, which is an AI that is able to actually take actions in the field. And then, of course, within that context, we also have MCPs, model context protocols, which allow a multitude of AIs to have access to different kinds of sources of data through connections to other sources of data. So we are moving, but at this instant in time, most of the AI that we have seen in the past few years seem to be applicable to planning and procurement type of issues. And remember, all this is about shrinking the frictions that currently prevent African development in terms of AI access and everything. We want to shrink that, and AI can help to shrink those frictions almost to infinitesimal levels, depending on what we are trying to solve. So AI can also interoperate. They can export logs, and you can also integrate trust into every, let's say, a government agency that is putting out a request for proposals or giving out contracts. Trust can be embedded in that kind of power framework. All right. Operations and optimization is another obvious area where AI is already being used quite a lot. Again, we should start with what we already know or where we know AI already works. Okay. And nowcasting, for example, instead of long-term forecasting, is something that AI can give us almost immediately, thanks to satellite imagery and other kinds of instantaneous data availability, which allows for short-term forecasting, in terms of minutes to a few hours ahead, and using live weather and sensor data. We all continue to experience how increasingly accurate weather forecasts can be, and conditions like wind speeds and everything are now, you can tell by the use of certain kinds of AI models, what a wind speed is going to be like at a certain time of the day, which can then influence how you balance the wind power with storage, for example, to ensure regular flow of power. Loss reduction and consumer protection all can benefit from using AI in these kinds of operations and optimization tasks. The W here refers to waste not. There's the old saying, waste not, want not. So Africa is one place where this adage really applies. Okay, I've seen some reports, one of them from the World Bank, which shows how non-technical losses in several African countries are really high, up to 50%. So that means if you generate so much energy, so many kilowatt hours of energy generated are lost. And so that's definitely an area where AI can help to sort of reduce the losses all the way down. In addition, of course, to concrete measures like smart tariffs and light automation to shift flexible loads off peak. And so that is happening in part of the north, and I think some of our African countries are also looking at these kinds of AI-powered waste reduction strategies and tools and policies. E here refers to making sure that energy is available to enterprises and especially for productive uses. Again, matching loads and energy supply are important. We all know sometimes you don't want to cut butter with a chainsaw, as somebody put it. Emery Lovins put it some time ago. So being able to match the requirement. If you want to cut butter, you use a knife. You don't use a chainsaw. And so in the same way, a careful analysis of energy needs, energy enthalpy, so to speak, makes sure that there is a less wasteful application of energy and directing it to where it's needed to maximize the economic impact through productive use, and especially making sure that enterprises have access to energy. So right sizing is very important for, say, cold chains, milling, irrigation, and supporting pay-go models for energy, solar PV and renewable energy systems, and also keeping human adjudication and appeal rights still active. So again, that's part of the trust element where you need to, on certain situations or for certain use cases, bring in the energy, the human element into it as well. So all of these can create income through the appropriate use and direction of energy. Finally, we have regulation and risks under the R, and you want to create energy AI sandboxes. And sandboxes, of course, are just experimental spaces where you can test new systems, make sure they work before we deploy them. So it's very important to have regulatory arrangements that ensure that energy and AI interact in what I call a safe test zone, all right? And setting it up in such a way that a regulator will be able to influence or control the deployment rate of new tools and the process on a small scale under supervision with safeguards before being allowed to scale up broadly, when then there could be problems. So getting to the end of my chat here, and what I mentioned earlier on, that I kind of like to think that conferences like this and other meetings like this end with very concrete ideas on how to move forward. And so in the last few slides, I just want to talk about what I'm calling, it doesn't have to be a 90-day. Okay, I'm just 90-day, 3 months, Port Harcourt data sprint. And the sprint has to do with how do we find opportunities to apply AI in a real life context. So I've thought of 3 pilots. We could have one uniport facility, a mini grid, and then a commercial building where the pilots are deployed. And those pilots would be looking at how energy systems can benefit from specific kinds of AI selected based on the matrix I showed earlier on with the 4 quadrants. So there has to be a team effort to understand both the available AIs and the use cases within the power sector for which they can make the most impact whilst minimizing any errors. So we need deliverables like pipelines, forecast dashboard, maintenance risk scores, and then we also need procurement annex like a hard code trust into power, okay, inside the power framework. And we need to onboard like cards that provide like 2-week MOUs, 30-day demos, 60-day comparisons, and then finally the 90-day readout of what has been the lessons learned and the benefits gained and the skills built over the 90-day period. So those are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share. The deliverables that you could see at the end of such a sprint could be lean data pipelines with privacy safeguards, of course, and then a dashboard that can forecast for solar and cooling, and then the maintenance risk scores for each of those pilots, which can then be explored in terms of expansion or transition into programs, from pilots to programs. And so how to take part in this, each of us in the room or in this conference? Well, being very ambitious here, by January 1st, 2026, we should, if you're interested, you should add your name and email on a sign-up sheet at registration and scan a QR code. In 2 weeks after that, we confirm pilot sites and sign data sharing MOUs. By day 30, we should have the first demos. So sometime near the end of January, we should have the first demos, dashboard and risk scoring with uncertainty ranges that are clearly visible. That what can we do? What can we expect to go wrong? And how do we stay within the working framework? So anyway, by the end of the sprint, there could be a public readout at Uniport at a conference maybe like this with other stakeholders invited and to discuss what worked, what didn't work, and where we can scale next. So power in this case will be put on an agenda or on a calendar. So in terms of commitments and next steps, which is my last the contribution I want to make now and the last slide. So I think we need at least 3 commitments that can be part of this Port Harcourt sprint, which is we need interoperable procurement and exportable logs. One of the presenters, I think the previous 2 presenters talked about, in the case of financing, to have pre-packaged or like packages of standard templates for mobilizing financing for mini-grid projects or other kinds of energy efficiency, for example, improvements. And so this interoperability is critical as a way of scaling up the use of working AI applications. We need open and auditable pilots. So again, which AIs can we be sure are working, and are they carefully audited to make sure that they are available? And an open source platform can help in that regard. For example, whatever is done with regard to the sprint can be easily put on GitHub, on repositories on GitHub, where they become available to other users in the community. And then that's how the knowledge grows and the application expands. And then we also need a kind of standing energy sandbox, which ideally should be at Uniport, which will be connected to utilities and startups so that every semester delivers capability and governance together. So in a given semester, students and researchers who are part of the sprint would be able to document what they have, skills that have been built. In fact, we can even feed this into syllabi of different departments, including not just the STEMs departments, science, tech, engineering, and management, but also the social sciences as well, because increasingly it's clear that there is a role that the social sciences can play in achieving important goals like equity, justice issues, and that kind of thing. So, colleagues, Africa does not lack ambition. What we lack, unfortunately, is verification of what works and what doesn't work. We haven't really got a comprehensive database. And if we verify it, then we can finance it. So finally, from megabytes to megawatts is not a slogan. It's an operating system for the next decade with trust embedded in power. Thank you for your attention and for the work that you are doing and will do, hopefully, in the next few decades or 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Lawrence, we have the DSM.
Yes.
Sorry if I didn't get that name rightly. Thank you very much, Professor Lawrence, who's the founder and CEO of the Policy and Planning Associates. Thank you for that very robust presentation that has highlighted the role of AI in the energy innovation ecosystem. Thank you very much. A round of applause once more for our professor. So, Professor, please for questions. I know your presentation must have sparked a whole lot of engagement. So our volunteers are already on the ground, going around to get the questions, and we'll get to you. We get your response accordingly. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
And, please, before we move further, we would ask respectfully the Vice Chancellor here, represented by ABC, to come on stage so that we have a group photograph before she departs the venue. Please, I would like the co-chairman, conference chairs to join us on the stage. Of course, the keynote presenters who are here physically present to join us on stage for the group photograph. Please, thank you very much. The media team.
Let me take one of this. Let me give it to one other person. Okay. That's right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, BC, for joining us in this conference. We truly honor you. Please, once again, put a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt. Please make it more better. Put a round of applause as she steps out of the venue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And of course, while the other session was ongoing, we had the presence of the team from the Africa Center of Excellence on Future Energies and Electrochemical Systems, SPL, with here the Director, Professor Emeka Okwese. Okay, so the Director of SPL is here. Professor Emeka Okwese is heavily represented by the Deputy Director of that center, Professor Chinyere Madu. You are highly acknowledged. Okay, a round of applause for her. They really acknowledge you and your team. Thank you very much for joining us in this session. So a quick one, we move straight into the next session, which is the Energy Access Plenary. This session will be focused on harmonizing research and industry practice for improved clean energy access in Africa. The session will be moderated by Professor Ogene Roland J. Bodike. Please, can we appreciate the professor as he comes up to the stage? Thank you very much, Professor. The floor is now yours. If you look at the so far, you see that the issue has been around. The issue has been around. Let me First of all, greetings to colleagues, industry leaders, researchers, and partners. This morning will be afternoon, just a minute after work. So this afternoon we'll be discussing the topical issue that have to do with how to bridge research institutions, industry, and government in one entity to drive the energy aspect. So let me inform people we have to exploit that. We have Professor Samuel Onyekuro. Is he here or is he going to join online? We have Professor Omodele Abiodun Abosute Eleta. Let's welcome her. Yeah. We have Alicia Butterfield. I think it's online. Yeah. Okay. Let's welcome her. Let's celebrate them. We have Engineer Enietie Emma. Physical or online? Physically present. Engineer Enietie Emma. Let's welcome him. Then we have Ejikebe Mosu. Let's welcome him. Okay, thank you very much. As we are aware, over 600 million people in Africa living without clean energy. And we have research institutions that are showing out knowledge, innovation, and framework, which could drive energy access. We also have industries that a major portion is on implementation, investment in clean energy access, and scaling up of research. And we have government with a major focus on policy formulation and regulation. But even with this, these three entities I mentioned, we still have an acute energy shortage. The question is, what is the problem? Is there a gap that we need to fill? Is there something that we need to do to ensure that the 600 million people that are living without clean energy put on board, especially in Nigeria, where we have over 95 million people are living without energy. So we constitute this panel to explore this space, to harmonize research and industry practice for improved clean energy access in Africa. Let me just mention a very important issue. Outside Africa, the definition of clean energy access or energy access as a whole, from my own opinion, I will put that to the panelists later. In my own opinion, the definition of energy access is actually mild energy access, because the definition is all about that if you have a community, they have access to clean cooking,
So electricity that could power full light bulb and radio. In that sense, you have access to clean energy without talking about productive use of energy. Of course, which is the bigger aspect that will support the livelihood. So in this regard, I have some questions that I will ask our panelists to harmonize this issue. Before we do that, I give you maybe just a millisecond to introduce yourself. I start from yesterday. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Aiccees, CEO and founder Lumos Laboratories Nigeria Limited. We are a private research and global company with emphasis on more interest in conversion of waste into clean energy. We are not just into research, we also have 7 invention patent rights to our credit, and we've implemented waste to energy solutions in multiple locations in Nigeria. And we've also won a number of global and national awards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Modele Elita, Director of the National Center for Hydropower Research and Development in Ilorin. It's one of the research centers under the Energy Commission of Nigeria. And our goal is to try and find a way around all these energy crises.
Fantastic. And just to add, the first female professor. Of engineering in okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning to every one of us. And design ATM and the petroleum resources directory in the Ministry of Resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He gave us the yes. Let her have to introduce herself. But we've seen her before. A quick one, please.
Hi there. I hope you can hear me okay. Yes. Hi, thank you very much, everyone. Really wonderful to be able to join you. And again, my apologies that I'm not sitting on stage with you in person. My name is Alicia Butterfield. I'm the Global Manager for GECCO, which is the Global Electric Cooking Coalition. And this coalition is a group of 36 organizations and 8 country governments, of which Nigeria is one of them, was actually the 3rd country government to align themselves and be interested in collaborating with GECCO. All of these organizations have an interest in seeing the expansion of e-cooking. So we work across energy sectors, we work across government and policy development, fundraising, carbon financing, various different areas, any way that we can in order to try and remove the barriers and seize the opportunities to embrace electric cooking. And I'm based at Loughborough University, which is located in the UK, as part of the Modern Energy Cooking Services team. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Samuel Onyekuru, is he here? Is he online?
And I am also wondering if this is if one of the empty seats are mine. Let me say one again.
To take that space. Please. Let's go on. Is there any water we balance the energy? Okay. I think my first question will go to Professor Oyedepo. From your experience, how can academic research be made more responsive to the immediate needs of industry and community? Thank you very much. Appreciate the organization of this conference. The privilege to be here. Already mentioned, my name is Oyedepo Sunday Olayinka, the University of Technology, Volta, Nigeria. Concerning the issue of research, I think it's very genuine in such a way that we'll be able to harmonize the need in the aspect of clean energy access to Africa. Number one, with research, we need to have data, information concerning people or city area having access to clean energy. And for there, we need to know a possible way to address the matter, most especially available resources in those locations. Just as we mentioned during the presentation of Professor Leta, we have some areas that are blessed with solar energy. Up in the north, another part of this country, we have abundant resources of solar energy. And we have some part of this country as well, where abundant water supply during rainy season, in which case those can be harnessed and be converted to energy. Apart from that, there's also a certain area which have not been discussed, the aspect of biomass. A lot of biomass available around us, waste and agricultural waste. This also can be converted where they in abundance. You can use in such a way that you can generate biofuel that can be used to power generator and other source of energy conversion system. So I think through research, we need to understand it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. My understanding would be that research is the key, but in this real alignment with other space of decision making, for example, the industry and the government, which is the governance aspect of it. But there's also a philosophy that has to do with technological transfer. They call it technology transfer. The West has been happy on to support Africa to develop their technology. My question will go to Alicia in this space. How can the research and industry better integrate cooking into broader energy planning?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think this is a very practical consideration. And for a long time, we all know sitting here that cooking has been excluded in many of these planning initiatives. And there are various reasons for that. So I won't spend too long to go into those reasons why it's been considered to be an orphan sector. But to try and answer this and to embed research and industry thinking and align it with clean cooking options, we can start to consider, first of all, aligning data, models and finance and regulation so that clean cooking choices are treated like any other type of demand and supply consideration. We've already considered things like transport. We've considered other types of fuel loads and energy loads on the grids, mini grids, and other types of activities. But very often what we still see is that cooking is excluded, even from things like large-scale mini-grid developments, as we've seen in some countries where these infrastructure developments have already started, but without cooking being factored in. So one way of doing that is to try and make sure that the factoring in of cooking is explicit, that it's modelled. And as Professor Agbima Biese referred to earlier, utilising AI can help with this modelling and to embed this cooking load and register the impact of cooking loads as these large-scale developments take place and electrification projects take place. We can also utilise things like cooking planning tools. So there are a few good examples of integrated cooking planning tools that can be very useful if utilised appropriately. So for example, there's the World Bank's Clean Cooking Planning Tool, which estimates the potential carbon credit values of the transition especially through to electric cooking, which then yields high credit in terms of carbon value. But there's also the CLASP Net Zero Toolkit, which includes things like e-cooking devices. And this type of toolkit can help to demonstrate what type of efficiency savings those efficient appliances can then generate per country. So utilizing this toolkit can be an extremely useful application. There's a good example in Rwanda where they've developed the integrated clean cooking planning tool. And this is a methodological advance to date, as it includes full methodological integration of clean cooking and electrification to energy access. So it's probably the most comprehensive example that exists at the moment. And I think that this is how we can try to make these things underpinned by science when we present it through to policymakers. And supporting this endeavour is the role that GECO quite often plays. So we work with country governments on things like their NDC revisions. We've engaged with government of Nigeria and also with Somalia to try and make sure that e-cooking is included within the NDC revision, but that inclusion is also specific, where it has a particular target attached to it. And also, very crucially, that it refers specifically to energy efficient appliances, not just cooking with electricity. It's very important. As we've seen in the case of South Africa, where the appliances are not efficient, this is where you then get the unpredictable loads on the grid, and this is when you then suffer from load shedding. And I think finally, sorry to take longer than my 2 minutes, but finally, I think it's also important to really highlight the most recent published reports on this. And this week, we've launched the MEX report, which talks about the black carbon add-on methodology. So highlighting this to country governments is the way that we can try and embed this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anita, for that excellent perspective. But I just want to ask a follow-up question, which also goes to you. In the framework of technology transfer, basically capacity building beyond technology transfer is needed in Africa to actually advance big technology in the country. You believe that?
I think I caught your question was about capacity building as well. Was this correct? Yeah.
Yes, capacity building.
I'm sorry, please just repeat your question.
Possibility for global experience and technology transfer framework, is it necessary or is it important for Africa to go beyond the technology transfer framework and start advancing capacity to drive cooking services in Africa?
Yeah, there is that capacity there. So I think, I'm sorry, trying to catch the question was a little bit problematic just then. But in terms of these frameworks and tools, which I referred to earlier, these are available and already in utilization in terms of supporting that transition and enabling it to happen now. I think the main thing is that we can utilize these things as open sources to make sure that these adoptions can try and be integrated fully in terms of the energy planning. One of the main drivers is discussing with governments about how e-cooking can be embedded within the national strategies for energy planning, not just siloed as a clean cooking strategy. And these two things can speak to each other. We know for Nigeria, and I'm sure Mr. Eleri, when it's his option, will have more chance to talk about this, but Nigeria's integrated policy plan does refer to e-cooking, but so too can the National Energy Access Plan.
Thank you very much. Yes, Anita will come to you. How can regulators collaborate with researchers and innovators to create an enabling environment?
Thank you, Prof. I
want to say that I'm happy to be here. I want to bring us warm greetings from the government and people of Akwa Ibom State. The Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Secretary Governor, have been here and has mandated that I represent a very important assignment. And having said so, I want to quickly proceed to the question you asked. I see in the government and the industry players and researchers as playing complementary role when it comes to clean energy advancement. For me, I think it should look like a series. Each and every device should come together towards clean energy advancement. And by doing that, I think one of the gaps in the field would be there should be open information sharing. So we observe that with even with the freedom of information, SCP, there seems to be a lacuna when it comes to sharing of data. I can remember there was a form that was sent to a particular outfit. It was very difficult for information to be shared. And I think some of this information was integrated within the research framework so that you can have in formation of policies. So I think one of the key things that should be looked into should be information sharing across stakeholders. Secondly, I also think that there should also be a capacity building. A capacity building seems to be lacking when it comes to issues surrounding advancement of clean energy technology. I can give a typical example for Akwa Ibom State that what we benefited from what we're saying at the moment for host community development. And so that's the government understanding the importance of integrating clean energy models. We have advised host community, we have put across host community models to bring in understanding that bringing clean energy technologies in community development plan, to understanding the fact that these are novel technologies and this can also help drive the communities forward. I was really inspired when Professor Leta mentioned of a 30,000 units of solar panel and Kigali. And for me, I quickly had to take that down. I saw that to be one of the action points I can take back to government. We can try to develop this. Although we have something not as much as that, but we can also try to develop this in Akwa Ibom State. And for us, what drives us is the RISE agenda. So we can target solar, we are RISE to solarize. So those are some of the things I'm looking at, can also help us. And besides that, in collaboration with international agencies can also help us move forward in this direction. And above that, I think stakeholders coming together in this direction. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Emma. Next question will go to Engineer Jikeme. What challenges do innovators face in translating research into viable business models?
The question is actually to us, because though my first degree was on industrial chemistry, master's in organic chemistry before I started or other funded my company. It's not really so easy. And let me just talk from my own point, own personal observations and experiences. We have serious lack of reliable system, infrastructure, and lack of funding. Let me tell you, Many people say that Nigeria is a rich country. I don't know. But to me, from all I know, Nigeria is a poor country. Very poor country. Forget about even if you have trillions of liters of crude oil or minerals. That's not the fact. That's not the case. If you look at some figures, because one pass down the line, you look at, you want to check the fund you have, because the money you have, you put in your innovation, translate to your level of development and how you move as a nation. Let me not go into much detail. A company in China, Huawei, 2024, spent $25 billion on research and development, a single company. And that is more than Nigerian budget for 2024. So there's no way you can catch up with them. Then, in a conference recently, I was talking with somebody from South Korea. He told me they were faced with serious hunger. They had to fight because they don't have natural resources. Today, South Korea, Samsung, Kia, many brands from South Korea are one of the top countries in the world in terms of innovation. If you look at their GDP, it's about $1.7 trillion. You look at their per capita, over $30,000, whereas Nigeria, take out is about $800. So even if you don't have enough fund, even the little we have, use it, because doing research in Nigeria is actually cheap. We have to apply them and use them judiciously. So lack of funding, lack of the infrastructure and system, there are some experiments you cannot carry out if you don't have 24/7 electricity. I have professors here. If your light goes off, you start again. Some research you cannot do in Nigeria. In organic chemistry, NMR, the latest model, don't have it in the country. So we have a serious limitation. We can do them and do them very well. Then again, another thing that is very bad is that we have lack of trust in our own innovations and technology, as Prof was saying. I've been to your center a number of times before, you know. So if you look at the story of many brands, when Toyota came out, people were not patronizing it. It was not one of the best. Now it's one of the best brands in the world. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, some told him we don't need it because we have a lot of messengers. Now we can deliver message. Yes. Check the story. Today you can see how telephone has gone. Even if our innovation and solutions are not the best, I'm still of the opinion that we must look for ways to use them. It is when you patronize output from the institutions, from universities, from businesses, they will have more money to improve. As we're looking for funds from outside the country, we're also looking inward. As Professor said in her speech, we have funds we can get from Nigeria, but from my own experience, it has not been so easy. Well, maybe I'm more fortunate enough. The only fund I've ever gotten to add to my research is from North America, not in Nigeria. So lack of fund, lack of infrastructure, and lack of trust in our technology, I think are some of the challenges, but there are solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, GKN. I think you pick my questions in the area of technology transfer. If you hear the mantra, the emphasis on technology transfer, what is technology transfer? It's technology that has been developed here and moved from where it is needed. For example, the West, they develop where they have gone higher than us. And you see the kind of figure you will ask about the budget for research. So if somehow it may continue to be in that light. But if we rely totally on technology transfer, I think it will do us harm. What does the technology transfer say? You do the technology, then bring it to you. You use it. If it's grounded, you can't repair it, you can't scale it, you can't modify it to suit your local content. So I think we need capacity to, first of all, assimilate the technology they are transferring to us and also have the capacity to modify it if need be to suit our content. So in that regard, Professor Omodele, I want to ask you a question. How can research and industry practices be translated into capacity building for local communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Professor Oyedepo answered this question, I already had this in mind. I was going to give an example. Sometimes ago, I was in South Africa. I got to we went as lecturers from the University of Illinois, and that industry, government, and the policies that are put in place, they are stringent. You don't have problems in your industry and you are looking outside the shores. You bring in those problems, those challenges. It is there for those in research to pick it up and profile a solution. And it's not just you profiling a solution, there's incentive for doing it so that people are driven. The government drives the industry and the academia. They work together to provide solutions to move the technology forward. So there's a need for us in this continent to see how these problems that we have, how we can break it by our own intentions, our intentional drives. Yes, that's the word. Being intentional about them. For us in Nigeria, we have something we call industrial training for our students. The industries are almost even fading out. You have students hardly have a place for IT, for attachment. And people come with all sorts of reports as what they have done during IT. And I'm amazed. Where is this triple helix? Where is the industry? Where is the government? Where is academia? We want to train students who will go beyond just we are doing research for getting a degree. Because that's about what we are doing. I want to have my degree. What do I need? Until we break that gene, there's a problem. So research industry gets into governance, because governments, the policies they put in place, the policies they have in South Africa, for example, that is driving it. So when you put the correct policies in place, it will ensure that research goes beyond just research. It goes to.
Thank you very much, Professor Omodele. I will ask a follow-up question. It goes to Professor Oyedepo. So, what role do partnership between universities and private sector play in shaping practical solutions? Or let me put it this way: context-sensitive energy solutions.
Thank you very much. The question. I think between industry, university, as I've been mentioned earlier, there should be collaboration between the two. And what I need to make mention of this one, right? What I experienced during my PhD work, you know that some of these government agencies, they try to hide information, and which is not supposed to be so. That's what is happening, affecting research really among the academia in Nigeria. I was supposed to work on the renewable energy, dealing with the solar energy. We went to my bench, they were demanding for money for data. In such a way that we want to work in such a way to solve the problem of this country. I think I have to change to aspect of gas supply. When I came elsewhere, I went almost about 3 locations. I came to River State as well, and I was almost weeping that time. Because looking at the state of our gas supply is nothing to write home about. So I think we have a lot of brilliant researchers in Nigeria that could be of help. But because of lack of trust, I think that's already is a major factor. Just like Prof mentioned, I went to South Africa last year. That's why we didn't take part in the conference last year. And where the colleague that just had the collaboration with, he was telling me about issue of this combining, how to collaborate together. But those in Nigeria working there. So if there should be openness, when the government agency like ECA and NABED and all those agencies, if they are not open, it will be difficult for the surgeon to move forward. Especially when you are doing your master's degree, PhD, you are here to provide solution, a practical solution to problems. That's what we are doing, what masters and PhD research do. But because of the fact that there's no, because of lack availability of data, people now decided to theoretical work. You try to assume, make assumption, make this assumption, and so as long as you are making, it may work in temperate region or not in tropical region. So you now try to simulate and not. So I think there's possibility or possible in finding solution to our country problems if the industry and academic can come together. When we work together and make things available. And apart from that, the government also has them making funds available. So why this at the end, I think we able to solve the problem of our country, the of energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oyedepo. In strong terms, we need a strong relationship between the university and the private sector to drive the clean energy access. In that regard, I will come to you, Engineer. We want immediate study that can bring about immediate positive outcome. So, which policy intervention would have the most immediate impact in harmonizing research and practice, looking at it from the government perspective?
Prof, thank you so much. Well, before I deal with the question, please permit me to add what I want to say that the essence of our forum is to bring all these issues to the fore. Stakeholders look at it and to move forward. And so many thanks to the Bureau Energy and Partners, University of Port Harcourt, for bringing this summit together. And for us, we want to say, it's actually a very serious problem when it comes to even data sharing. To what extent that researchers have not had it go that easy because of trying to shroud some of these things in the secrecy. But I think going forward, trying to repent and see how we can come together. Thank you so much. To respond to your question, Prof, I think just one or two things. I think the policy direction should be fast track approval when it has to do with the clean energy projects. And I give an example, typical example. I've been in government over time and our government sometimes. This kind of bureaucracy that is very dominant when it comes to government administration. We have approvals being delayed, environmental impact assessment, and approval and documents and the rest of them being delayed. But for us in Akwa Ibom State, actually a little bit different because of that is what has made us move very fast when it comes to industrialization. Approvals are granted within 65 to 90 days period max. And thirdly, there's an oil and gas company that needed a facility to develop a central processing facility. And for them, it built their imagination that within a specific time frame, within 90 days, get a COO approval, and that project is ongoing. So I think if we can work on getting approvals very fast, we can also deal on some of these situations. I think the other thing is trying to encourage researches, try to put more funds into researches that has to do with clean energy technology. If resources are more channeled into it, I tell you, I'm very inspired to be here. And I think I've, before I leave this place, I put on my thinking cap. In fact, I've started putting on my thinking cap because I'm beginning to think differently based on so many things that I've heard here. And so by the time we incentivize some of these projects, try to prioritize them, give them that level of priority. I tell you, for me, it was amazing when I learned that total units of about 30,000 units of solar panels we use to support a system in a country. I think we can do something like that here, or even do more better. And thirdly, I feel we can also explore local content opportunities and try to homegrown technologies that are developed by African researchers. We should try to promote them. And why I'm saying so, I give a typical example like what is obtainable in the government of Akwa Ibom. So there's what we call an rights portal. Any contractor that has to source for any government contracts must go through that portal. So for that, having gone through that portal, we have requirements, some of which will be because most of our projects have been clean energy technologies are being implemented. So those are some of the prerequisites which we want you to go through. And by doing so, if this is duplicated in other places, we can move this drive very fast. So much.
Thank you very much. I think my takeaway is that governments will demolish their ethical processes, attract people, support the funding to drive the local enterprise. Thank you very much. The follow-up question will be, majority of investors don't want to invest in the energy or the clean energy aspect. Two reasons that they normally give is the bankability of projects and high risk, as bankability of projects and high risk associated with clean energy investment. Educating, you are in that field. So my question will come to you. How can startup leverage academic research to de-risk as clean energy projects?
Thank you very much. You are talking about community. Let me just thought that before coming to this. 2 years ago, I was doing some power. There's a project we are trying to prospect because we also do hydrogen from waste to generate electricity. We are talking solar. It's wonderful. It's very good. I was telling you that the solar panel you have in your, they have plenty of them in the office there. The equation behind the solar technology was developed in 1905 by Einstein. E equals HV minus HV naught. 1905. If you check the amount of investment that has gone into solar technology to the point where you can become plug and play, it's trillions of pounds. who put the money there and who is paying. So whenever they tell us hydrogen is expensive, as nobody is making you that it's expensive, but whether it is expensive or it's cheap, time will come where you will have to embrace it. And if you don't invest in it today, we will go back to it, whatever cost. Because why I mentioned electric vehicles, that in some years to come, all these our gasoline cars will become obsolete. If we don't have the technology that change them to electric, they will become waste product everywhere. Yes. So that's it. So it's not bankability, I know. But that's why you see more advanced world, they keep investing. Last year, about several companies in the US were given about $1 million each grant to go and develop the hydrogen technologies because they know when the time comes, Nigeria will buy it at the moment. So coming to startups leveraging, yes, there must be need for partnerships and collaborations. There must be need for partnerships and collaboration because the way industry sees the from the way they see that, you know, for instance, I'm in industry where I do research, but you can. I'm more interested in doing patent. But the patent will protect the innovation. Once you have come with an invention, it will give you money. In academia, mostly they're interested in publication to gain promotions. Unfortunately, not my professors. Unfortunately, many publications don't solve the problem. You see many students, I know some of you, Schrodinger equation, all those you drive, I don't know the day. Some can not even remember it in the next after the exam. Is it solving problem? But if you go to industry, you see some applications. All those equations, they have the applications. In our own, when it comes to industry, Paul said that it's difficult to get IT placement. Yes, we have a MO University of Abuja because we're based in Abuja. We have limited slot to take every year for chemical engineering students. Because the way Abuja is situated, if we take you, we'll give you accommodation, provide some stipend. But we are happy. One of the students, or two of them that work with us, when she was coming, she had the mind to do fintech at postgraduate level. But when we got her exposed to hydrogen technology, now she's going for a PhD in hydrogen in the US. One of them is also in the US. Before then, they don't know anything about hydrogen production. So if not for that exposure, there might be, maybe that hydrogen is where their talents actually lie. So when industries have the resources and businesses, they'll be able to take more, which will also reduce the pressure on the university. What many students do not just anything they present, and they won't blame them more because they don't have industries that will take them. So the must be partnership and collaboration. Then again, very importantly, we should ask ourselves this question: our researches are they solving problems? If there is a war, God forbid, that's when there is a war today in Nigeria, we cannot import any petroleum products. We cannot import electricity. I'm sure we cannot get darkness. I'm sure we'll be able to generate electricity by ourselves. So why can't we do it? Yes. So, for instance, we have many research institutes. In Abuja, we have many institutes. In Nigeria, we have many institutes. We have universities. In those days, before you become a member of Royal Society, maybe those days of the Galileo, you submit a telescope you developed or something. So you don't blame the academia too. If you don't have the tools, you'll be able to produce. So that's why the government will come in. Sorry, Prof, you're more like one government, but I'm of the Federal Ministry of Science and Tech. Yes, the Energy Commission of Nigeria. They're also not doing so well. There's a little I know. Last year, the Energy Commission of Nigeria budget lines, we saw things on hydrogen in billions. Don't know how they were implemented. And some of us that have been with them, they've visited our site, they saw we do this thing. At the end of the day, so we're not really sincere from my own understanding, from my own, you can quote me, we're not really sincere about all these things from the government. The government is serious to get things done. It will be easier to get them done. We are doing coastal and it's working. We are doing a 71 billion naira project in Lagos Airport, and it's working. So why can't we put money in universities or other research institutes? If government want to get it done, they will get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think from the audience, the discussion has been expressive and thought-provoking. I just want to give you milliseconds for ramp up, just a sentence. I think educated, you have utilized your. So let me move to Professor Model.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honestly, I'm hoping we have opportunity to go beyond this panel. We've been looking for how I will link up with the program education. You see, one major problem that I think we need to solve across the continent to move us forward in the energy sector is politics. We tend to politicize research and research output. Somebody comes with an idea and is doing this far, and maybe you have not been able to get to the end. The next person comes and brings a new idea that is totally not in the same, and that one becomes an abandoned project. And we have several such things in the energy sector. As you were talking about waste, generating waste from the energy from waste in his company. And I was just wondering, why is he sitting here in shirt and trousers? I should be wearing gold beside me. I think the issue of still reaching out, not keeping our innovation to ourselves is still key. That also goes to the private. So while I told those and progress, we should also look at ourselves. We should be ready to collaborate to get our continent out of the gap.
Thank you very much. I'm just about milliseconds, please. Yes.
All right, thank you. I would adopt the understanding and framework. I think for me, in one sentence, I feel each stakeholder, government, working hand in hand with researchers can create an environment where some of this research is brought from the lab to the market. Thank you so much.
Professor Unicorn.
Okay, thank you very much. Just want to corroborate what engineer mentioned here concerning the issue of lecturers interested in publication only. And I want to tell you, it's not only publications, but promotion. Because there are people that are also there in the university, they're interested in coming out innovation. I think we have content. So the content has been done every year. So there are some design product that when you get there, you see that yes, this people is just what we bring. So I think if also kind of thing can be upgraded and scaled up, things will get better. So thank you very much.
Alicia, wrap up sentence. Milliseconds.
Sure. So kind of concluding thoughts, I think in terms of the expression of shared learning is one of the things that can underpin this development, where we see that for some countries, even those further afield, like Laos hydropower expansion, that we can take lessons from these activities and then implement them, and in that way enable a much stronger adoption of the clean cooking process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that very exciting. And I think the insights shared by the panelists remind us that collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility will be the key to unlocking the clean energy access in Africa. Thank you. If you have personal discussion, you can connect with them bilaterally to advance your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group photo, please. Let me look at them. One. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, everyone, for the speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much for that very useful, very comprehensive analysis on the topic harmonizing research and industry practice for improved clean energy access in Africa. The session, of course, was handled by Professor Ogenero Nadia Modike, who is, of course, a professor of energy and thermofluid systems and director of Energy Training Institute of the University of Port Harcourt. Thank you very much, Professor, for that beautiful job well done. And of course, we had Professor Sunday Oyedepo of Faculty of Engineering, University of Technology of State. Thank you very much, sir. We also appreciate Alicia Butterfield, who is the Global Manager for Global Electric Cooking Coalition. Thank you very much for doing justice to that session. Thank you very much, Engineer Aniete Ema, who is the Director of the State Ministry of Mineral Resources. Thank you for the job well done. We also appreciate Eji Keme Nwosu, the CEO of Most Limited. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause once again for the team. And then please, this is just a brief update. We've been informed that there's a brief interview that is ongoing. It's, I think the team will reach out to the speakers. They, as they would want to take, they will reach out to the speakers or the conference chairs or whoever they want to request to have a conversation with. Thank you very much. We'll be having the next session that will be facilitated by the next session is a keynote presentation that will be anchored by Alicia Butterfield. We'll be having once again. Thank you very much, Alicia. Thank you very much, everyone. It's going to take just 15 minutes, please. Okay, thank you very much. So just Secretary. In this role, she leads international effort to scale electric cooking solutions across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Asia works closely with governments, development partners, and private sectors to integrate electric cooking into national energy strategies, facilitate carbon financing, support the adoption of e-cooking technology. She has extensive experience in international engagement and partnership, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. She also holds an MBA from Liberal University, MA in philosophy from the Open University, and PhD in humanities from the University of London. Please make welcome Alicia Butterfield, who is speaking, giving a 15-minute keynote presentation. Alicia, over to you.
Modern Energy Cooking Services, or MEC, is a UK-funded project
Yes, so while we're waiting for the sound team to get it
to increased consumption, and that therefore improves to increased consumption, and that therefore improves profitability, and I'll give some examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduced healthcare costs, profitability, and I'll give some examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduced healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. And then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. And I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. Electricity is more expensive. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduced healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. Cheaper than most. And then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. And I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduce healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. The starting point and then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. And I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduce healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. The starting point and then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. They begin with and I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduce healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. The starting point and then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. And I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduce healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. The starting point and then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a household or whether it's an institution, it means lower costs, lower increased time savings, and reduced labour. And I know when I say profitability, and I'll give examples of how that's working in other countries. For the government, it means healthier citizens, reduce healthcare costs, which can then contribute to Nigeria's climate ambitions. The starting point and then, of course, the fourth group, which is the consumers. Whether that consumer is a and so the moving density needs to be in place in order to make this transition take slow and so that the standing means that all these things are broken down to the area. And so there's a positive and negative environment, and each topic in itself is an umbrella topic with the main 12 components. But within that positive environment, like the Nigerian transition on architecture slope and how ready they are to accept geared up to benefit the department. There's a positive and negative components that can policy and enabling environment also like or enabling technologies like solar panels and how we efficiently make sure that ideas are efficient and they are quality and also regulations too. And that includes things like adaptation. We know that policy and enabling culturally sensitive there are things that we should all enabling technologies so generally highly entrepreneurial context, the light of which is not and it might be that the leader has managed to tap into existing barriers and that the private sector will then come in and they will naturally start to build that back in. And that this is what we're policy and integration The second point that I want to raise is that equity and efficient design provides strength to and we've seen this in East Africa. In East Africa, our management and allowance, there are what we call utility enabled and effective policy. So this is where national utilities are offering competitive tariffs for households using computing devices and this is always wanted to try to widget. And we've seen we know the utilities in private documents are aware of how there are demonstrations, what we sometimes see the mobile demonstrations that will travel from digital locations to illustrate this is where national recipes and households like technology and the prices. And they also offer affordable financial devices and build financing and it's reduced the upfront costs. We know the utilities in private documents are aware of being run by they started with their own staff, sometimes even mobile and in doing so they're then working on issues now illustrate staff telling of their progress and giving households about the and then that and they also in Madagascar we're looking at something similar to nutrients. So we're working with new developers to specifically target those who are benefiting from the electricity supply, which are running exactly the same kind of awareness raising activities to work so Gecko stands ready to provide this kind of and we look forward to seeing what we can do in Madagascar, especially in terms of working this is my third and final Nigeria's last national so Gecko stands up when I recently went on Sierra Leone, the delicate asked me how do you feel about dealing with things when you don't let them fit, especially in terms of it's a very careful but the time to integrate technical solutions isn't very hard after these initiatives or construction has been launched and designed. The time to capital and electric equipment is as these programs and initiatives are being developed in the design phase. And the Metropolitan report then shows that if factoring electric equipment genuinely good provisions in the design phase for phase 1, then it helps you meet greater Similarly, we know that with Nigeria's phase 1 solutions under the time to it's also one of only 3 countries in that phase 1 who are also members and in the design their membership to Gecko. And the next so represent this type of opportunity if we can tap in to design the planning phase 1 and encourage that inclusion of citizens in the outset. There's no expense for something to be done later on. Citizen benefits from it now, and for a modest amount of investment and working around the lowering the cost of price, and you can save
Yeah, can you please just say hi? I can see that he's online. How do you introduce yourself, sir?
This one.
Hello.
I'm also going to invite the
Hello.
participants
Good afternoon.
to bend that batter to the stage. Please clap for her. Our final panelist is joining us online. She just going to give us a few tips on how we can from music and electric cooking. It is free and you don't have this is welcome. Thank you so much. Can we have the round of applause? Without wasting much time,
Yeah, don't worry.
okay, our panelists online.
Hello, our panelists online, please just unmute and let us know if you can hear us.
We can hear you.
Hello, I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, Alicia.
Okay, just a second. We're going to get that sorted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I don't seem to hear the panel. Alicia, can you hear the panel?
I just wanted to say that I'm happy at least there's one money for you. I hope you are hearing us. Thank you, sir. Because we're talking about cooking, almost all the families, women. That's all right. Talking about cooking, talking about energy, talking about climate, we're talking about our health. All those things come in when we discuss clean cooking. So when we talk about sustainable adoption of clean cooking in Africa, we're really talking about more than just handing out stoves to or fuel. It's about making sure that families actually keep using them, not just getting it, but that they keep using it. We have to make them affordable, available, and it has to fit the natural lifestyle of the people, the cooking lifestyle of the people. Sustainable like normal life of our everyday life. We adopt it, not just a short project. This is why said the loan is not enough. You know, too often people receive stoves when Nigeria here, we know, especially people in elected positions and so on, when they want to do their campaign or they want to do anything, they hand out things to people. They will gather women and then give them these stoves and tell them to go and use. So most times we find out that it is short-lived because of some problems, because they cannot afford the fuel to continue using it. They cannot maintain it. And all those stoves are not designed to fit their traditional lifestyle. If you go to the exhibition stove, you are going to see some stoves that are there. Maybe they want us to use it. But I remember while growing up, I grew up in a family of 12. My mother, my father, and we were 10. So the pots are big. It's not like you cannot put any of those pots on this. And most families around, even in the rural areas in my place now, you see people, 6 children, 5 children. You see people with 4 children, they will be asking, was there a problem? So they still see it as you have a problem. That's why you only have 4 children, something like that. So we have to design something, even in doing that, something that will fit the lifestyle of the people. Somebody that cooks 15 cups of rice at a go, you go and give him that stove. He'll be cooking 2 cups until he finishes. So those are the things that we have to consider in giving them, because if you don't give the person what he requires, it will not be sustainable. He will just take it and throw it away. So access gives opportunity, but without affordability, cultural acceptance, and dependable supply, it does not lead to lasting change. Real progress will come when clean cooking technologies are practical, trusted, and desirable. When communities themselves embrace them as a better way of life, that is what sustainable adoption truly means in our African context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think in the course of your response, you went directly to the exhibition stand where they were displaying the bookstores. Dr. Bella, I am very aware that you have experience with clay bookstores. How would you rate the technologies that are most sustained, most used in Nigeria? If you're going to compare with examples that she has given, I know that you have bookstores that you've already fabricated, and she talked about the size, the culture, all of that. So what is your take on this clay cooking technologies? How sustainable are they?
All right, thank you very much, moderator, for this question. Yes, when we talk about clean technologies, clean cooking technologies, it encompasses both the clean cooking stoves, the biofuels, the LPGs, even electricity. So looking at it, when we talk about the stoves themselves, I will tell you from our own experience in YIA, because we had the opportunity of carrying out a pilot project where we went to distribute stoves in 2 communities, basically Kuje community in Abuja and Liba community in Rivers State. And I'll speak from that angle because we actually had some constraint. First and foremost, when we talk about the stoves, like she has said, one of the things to look at is the fact that in the rural communities, which actually is the target, because here in urban, we have the LPGs, and it's easier to adopt and to use widespread. So in the villages, you have a lot of times that the users, the grassroots users, once you give them those stoves and they finish the pellets or briquettes you went with, they'll revert back to traditional cooking. They'll go back to firewood. Why? First and foremost, there is no way to receive or constantly get those fuels. Even when you say you want to teach them, a woman that just comes in the evening time and all she's thinking about is how to quickly make a meal, you tell her to go and probably carry that distance and begin to cook like she said. She wants to cook maybe 250 bags like Hilda, you want that to use that to cook, and she's already tired. She will actually revert back to traditional way of cooking because number one, the briquettes or the pellets are not accessible. They are not things that they can get easily from the village. So that's one big challenge. So in terms of adoption, in the rural area, it's difficult to adopt that clean cooking stove. Another reason why that is difficult, apart from the fact that the fuel itself is difficult to come by, is the fact that they don't have on-ground people to assist them. They don't have the maintenance man that will come in if they have a problem. Oh, I'm trying to use my fan and my fan is not responding. What do I do? So there is no technician on ground to do that. So if they have to do that, tell the old man, pick your manual and begin to read. How does that work out? So for us, the easiest to adopt would have been LPG. Why? Because in the urban area, you find that even for people that are not that high or middle class, they can get smaller versions, maybe 2 kg gas, LPG, 3 kg. But when it comes to rural area, the briquettes, you have to buy them in bags. So you don't have those small modular, sizes that they can easily buy and use, or probably go to the next shop or just branch the market and pick it up. So these are some of the constraints that makes it difficult to be adopted. So the LPG still stands out as the most adopted. But how do you now translate the LPGs from the urban to the rural? You find out that for the LPG, there's also been some sort of progression in modifying it to make it affordable and accessible to the urban one. How? I remember in those days, you have to use 12.5 kg gas, very heavy. But now you can just, students can carry that small one and move around and turn to the next street, the next area, and you easily refill. So that is a better adoption. But how to now take it to the rural area to make it easily adopted, it's a challenge that we have to think of how to go over it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So during the last episode of 54 Sparks, 54 Sparks is a clean cooking webinar that Duero Energy hosts every month. We brought up this issue of scaling clean cooking technology. And someone from Solar Sisters mentioned that we don't have enough access route for the people in the local, in the rural areas. For example, it's difficult for you to see a refilling station in very local place. And it's still the women and children that will carry the gas cylinders on their head to go and find where to refill. So talking about scaling electric clean cooking technologies, Mr. Ewa, I'm coming to you because you work on the global reach. What do you think is the best way to scale clean cooking technologies in Nigeria, Africa as well?
Thank you so much. We have lagged behind our potentials in Nigeria compared to so many countries at about the same economic development stage. So somehow we have punched below our weight in providing access to clean cooking energy services. Yes, I agree with Alicia that maybe there is some unfortunate attitude to cooking compared to other energy services where we treat cooking as some kind of a lesser important, weaker cousin to electricity and fuel for transportation and so on and so forth. But I think part of the fault is ours. With expanding access, I think we've been very much focused on micro level issues, which are important, expanding awareness creation, behavior change, communication, or microfinance for adoption. A lot of the toolbox are good, but it hasn't helped us so very much in Nigeria. We need to expand that toolbox that we use in expanding access in Nigeria, especially consistent with the goals that the government has set for itself its economic growth plans, the energy transition planning plans, and so on and so forth, and our commitment to net zero energy future for our country. So I think increasingly we need to begin to look at the broader microeconomic framework of the country. We need to, while this present government is focused on economic growth, and we're seeing signs that the economy is growing, we need to make sure that it is shared growth, that the average household incomes increases. There is a strong correlation between household incomes and the cooking energy choices that family make. Secondly, we also need to look at broader reforms, especially in the power sector. We have our 2023 power sector reforms in Nigeria, which decentralizes the energy market for states like Rivers States, where you are, and states are beginning to develop their power market, having their own regulation, adding renewables into their energy market. And when this is done, when electricity is more accessible, it becomes easier to make that choice for families, that electricity is reliable, that they don't have to have so many cooking energy options, have electricity and gas and charcoal and coal all in the same household. So power sector reform is important. Government policy is very important. And I like the discussions around LPG. Yes, we have expanded access to LPG over the years, but other policies that has nothing to do with the energy sector. For instance, the devaluation of the naira. The devaluation of the naira has led to skyrocketing prices for LPG, because the LPG we use, both the ones produced in Nigeria off the shores of Port Harcourt by the Nigerian LNG, is priced in dollars. So and then most of the LPG produced in Nigeria is being exported. So there is need to have domestic obligations that LPG produced in Nigeria has to first and foremost be sold in the Nigerian market, meet the needs of Nigeria's market before you export it. And that LPG produced in Nigeria has to be priced in Nigerian currency, in naira. So there are broader policy issues and political issues, because energy is very political. We need to put our commitment to the to address climate change, and to renew our energy upfront. And that is where I think the issue of decarbonizing our energy system is very important. And lastly, R&D is important. And I am happy and very, very excited that so many people in the university community are engaging on these issues. And for a while now, in the Nigerian Alliance for Clean Cooking, we've been talking about establishing a household energy research network for Nigeria. And I think this is where many of you can play a role. Let me stop here. Thank you so much. Hello.
Especially when it comes to policies around the energy, and you have carried out projects around clean cooking. Can you tell us what advances that Nigeria and Africa as a whole lead towards making policies and reforms that will actually reduce fuel stacking households?
Yes, thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much to the organizers for this conference. Nigeria has made tremendous progress. The progress we're seeing today in the LPG sector is as a result of policies that have been put in place. Infrastructure development. We see a lot of LPG plants springing up in communities, in cities, as a result of policies. And now we already have the Nigerian clean cooking policy, and I know Dr. Eleri was part of the drafting team, I was part of the drafting team as well. And that's one thing that we have done successfully in Nigeria. One other thing I would advise that can be done is putting clean cookies specifically in climate policies and other energy sector policies. But so far as a country, we've done so well. It's work in progress. We're developing, and the good thing is that we are the developing we're doing. We are not trying to retrofit existing or bad infrastructure. We're actually building from the scratch good and clean infrastructure. So as a country, we're making progress and there's room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me go to Alicia. Alicia, you spoke about leapfrogging all the way to electric cooking. And Sophia has just mentioned that most of the reforms that we have are around LPG. Could you tell us how possible this is going to be, given that Nigeria is working with a clean cooking transition ladder rather than looking at leapfrogging all the way to electric cooking?
Yeah, sure. I think in terms of the different types of fuels used, I think fuel stacking is a really crucial one to recognise. So we know at the moment, for example, that around 1% of Nigerians use electricity for their cooking purposes, but about 60% of the country have access to electricity, but they're not using it for cooking. So there's 59% of people where they could potentially start to utilise some e-cooking devices. And I think when people think about electric cooking, they tend to think straight away to an electric pressure cooker. But actually, we include this whole raft of different devices, from kettles to facilitate making boiling water faster, toasters, induction cookers, as well as rice cookers and EPCs. So there are different technology levels, and there are different groups of individuals who could potentially adapt as part of this sort of leapfrogging and the transition ladder. I think as well, there is a place, we know, for example, in some of our scale and support initiatives, we factor in improved cook stoves as well, because as one of my fellow panelists rightly said, we know when a different or new technology doesn't work, there is the tendency to revert back to tried and tested methods. So for example, in Sierra Leone, in the scale and support initiative there, we're scaling standalone solar systems for e-cooking, but as part of that initiative, we also have improved cook stoves in parallel with that. And this way, we're trying to encourage people, don't revert straight back to the traditional cooking methods. Stick with e-cooking as and when it's feasible, but the reality is that there may be power outages or there may be some break in technology. So we want to make sure we're aware of that. But the main thing is we heard at the beginning of this morning from Professor Modele that the world is getting hotter. So we do need to try and make this jump. So in cutting out some of these transition fuels where it's possible, in any setting, we don't need to go through all the rungs of the ladder in order to end up at the final technology. There are some settings where we can go now directly through to electric cooking. These may well be in urban and peri-urban areas to begin with, but where we can make that transition, there's also, of course, the benefit of higher carbon credits in terms of carbon financing. And I think one thing just to bear in mind for e-cooking is that there can often be a misconception. So the big challenge that we have as GECO is to address the misconceptions around feasibility and affordability and access, and demonstrate actually there is access. At the moment, what's probably preventing that being taken up is the upfront cost of appliances for many people. So this is where we need to, as Mr. Ileri referred to, engage with microfinancing opportunities, maybe work with national utilities, as we've seen happening in East Africa, where they have utility-enabled e-cooking initiatives. And these initiatives will include things like awareness raising for those utilising e-cooking devices, on-bill financing to offset the overall cost of purchasing the appliance, and also even subsidised appliances, because it's actually worth it to the utility. In order to encourage usage, they may as well supplement the cost of the appliances. So it is feasible. We know from countries like India, where 94% of the population cooking with gas now, that the transition technology can help a lot, but you can then also run the risk of being locked into a specific technology because the infrastructure has been developed. And India is now facing a very expensive retrofitting experience. And they're also under pressure because LPG is heavily subsidized. So I think taking these lessons from other countries and other regions, I think can be a really useful benefit as part of this discussion.
So yeah, I think that's very, very elaborate. It's actually very important to take lessons from countries that have been able to leapfrog, avoid other transition stages and move to better or cleaner fuels. Okay, just two sentences. Let me come back to. Can you tell us what incentives you think would be best to encourage people to actually transition to non-polluting fuels, actually stop fuel snacking and move to cleaner fuels?
Okay, for incentive, it varies. For those in the urban area, incentive you will give to them would not be giving them money to buy cook stoves or cylinders. It would be more of access, proximity to where they can get LPG or any clean cooking fuel. Then for those in the rural areas, the incentive will have to be either giving them free stoves or discounted stoves. Now, how do we fund, you want to give people free stoves or discounted, how do we fund it? Take advantage of, yes, donor funding is there, and also the carbon market. Then for the middle class, of course, their needs vary. So you have to do like an analysis of the people you're dealing with, and that's where you can know the incentive that is appropriate to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's come back to Professor Maju. So how do you think, in two sentences, so what do you think that R&D can do to actually reduce fuel stacking in households?
Okay, thank you very much. R&D is the bridge between innovation and impact. Without R&D, technologies just remain on the shelf. They remain on paper. But with innovation, they become solutions to people's problems. So with research and development, we can meet the people. They get to know we know their needs. That's the research. We have to go to them, know their needs, know actually what they want, then impute it in the design, so that whatever you design is actually not use it for one day and dump it. So that's what one of the things R&D can do for us. Okay, it's also through R&D, we're also going to make materials, use locally available materials to make our cookers affordable to the people. Once it is affordable, once it is available, and once it meets the needs of the people, the cooker will be able to do use the clean cookers than going back to firewood, which is for them tested and trusted, not minding the health hazards that it gives to women, children. The climate change which affects even men too. So those are one of the things we can do research. Get our materials right, cheap too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is very important. Research and development to actually advance clean cooking solutions, which is a very beautiful one. Mr. You are the only man on the call, so I'm going to be asking you, in two sentences, tell us how gender roles can actually change the narratives around force.
Was that me? Yes, I think I am. Please let me acknowledge that I feel so privileged to be among so many women on this issue, and quite frankly, I'd like to pose the question back to you. if men were on the receiving end of the respiratory diseases, the cancer, the red eye, the inconveniences of collecting firewood, do you think we will still be where we are today on this issue? I don't think so. I think it's about power and influence. In the final analysis, yes, it's about economy, yes, it's about cooking technologies, but in the final analysis, it's about decision making. And if women were in decision-making positions in the power sector, in the oil and gas, especially gas sector, we won't be here. So, and I think it's important that we have women engaging all through the value chain of the cooking energy challenge. And maybe I should stop here by quoting the late former Secretary of States of the United States, Madeleine Albright. I heard and read that Madeleine Albright said that the hottest part of hell is reserved for women who don't support other women. We women are the receiving end of the challenges we have on clean cooking. And I think it's important that women get engaged in the decision-making process that solves this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frederick, for that. So for our final concluding statement, I'll go back to Dr. Bernard. I know that you have expertise in the supply chain, where availability, sales, after sales of cooking technologies. Could you tell us how we can leverage on these aspects to actually reduce fuel stacking in households?
All right, thank you very much. So we'll talk about supply chain, but looking at the from production to distribution to the user, and then probably maintenance after sales. So to avoid fuel stacking, a situation whereby you have multiple clean cooking technologies, the biomass, the clean stove, the biofuel, and all of them, and then always, reverting back. To avoid this, I think there needs to be an incentive. There needs to be awareness, education. Because when people are properly educated, when people are properly trained, when people are aware, they act differently. In fact, I heard a very saddening story from one of my vice president, actually. I was talking with her a few days ago. She told me how a particular woman, she lives in her store, she cooks there and she sleeps there. And then one morning, all the other ladies came out to come and sell. They didn't say, oh, maybe she traveled. The next day, maybe she's not around. But the third day, the body was decomposing. And the reason was that, she was cooking in there and probably closed off the place. So you see, this, when people are aware, when you tell people in the rural area, rural areas, these are things that are happening to women, health issues. I think it was Zaida Butterfield that talked about some 7,000 deaths in Nigeria. So when you create this kind of awareness, people are sensitized. People begin to think otherwise because it has to do with a mindset shift, not just giving them, handing over devices, but there has to be a mindset shift because for the woman, I'm so used to doing it this way. Why do I need to change it? But by the time the woman gets to know that this affects my health, this pollutes the environment, this brings about deforestation, this endangers even future generations to come. So the pregnant woman that is exposed to this polluting fuel also endangers the unborn baby. So awareness, education, training is key to avoid fuel stocking beyond all other factors. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been a very, very insightful session. But I will not leave without asking Mrs. Butterfield to conclude the session by telling us how we are going to leverage and enrich investments around clean cooking technology. Because the truth is, you can provide access, but if it is not affordable, it will not be sustained. So how do we go through that phase?
The simple question of how to fund this massive transition. So I think that there are different ways to do this. I mean, my mindset has always been to factor in two considerations, especially in light of e-cooking. And I know obviously I talk about electric cooking a lot, and I don't wish to exclude other fuel technologies, but I am representative of the Global Electric Cooking Coalition. But I sit within a multi-fuel research unit, which is the MEX unit. So in terms of funding this transition, the phase one has to be looking at carbon financing. And I know that there is some skepticism around, do these credits actually exist? What do they mean? But in light of things like the ESMAP clean cooking planning tool that I referred to earlier, we can use tools like this to show country governments how much that transition is worth to make. And then decisions can be taken. Is it worth getting concessional loans to develop the infrastructure to make the transition? So carbon financing can unlock that, provided the credits are reliable, provided that they have integrity. And this is where research absolutely underpins this, because having a robust methodology to calculate those credits then means that we can leverage carbon financing. And indeed, some countries already are. So in the state of Switzerland, Malawi's agreement, they include e-cooking within this through IoT-enabled devices, which is why I was so interested to hear from colleagues earlier about AI from Professor Lawrence. So this is stage one, is carbon financing, but this requires country governments to have their Article 6 position clarified and to be able to take advantage of it, because carbon financing, as we know, is time limited as well. So no pressure, but we have a good sort of 3 to 5 year period in which to do this. The second way is through private sector. And I think if we can support the development of the enabling environment, then the private sector will naturally want to fill that vacuum as soon as they can see that it's profitable to do so. Nigeria being one of the most entrepreneurial places, I think, on the planet, we've seen that there is scope for private sector organizations to capitalize on this transition. And I hope that this continues and that sort of development is enabled to flourish. So thank you once again for the opportunity of speaking today.
So Lawrence has some contribution. Professor Lawrence, you can conclude.
Are you referring to me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I had my hand up, so I thought you were asking me to contribute. Right? Okay. I guess I'll go ahead. So I just wanted to contribute to the discussion about the factors that keep women from, or have kept women for a long time from the decision-making process, especially regarding improved cook stoves and how to make them, address the problems that are more, like the women are in hell, so to speak, in terms of decision-making about stoves. Just to share a quick experience that I had at the time, about 10 years ago, when we were implementing this project called the Africa Rural Energy Enterprise Development Initiative, ARED. And that had a very strong focus on encouraging local entrepreneurs to get into the business of producing and distributing renewable energy and energy efficiency products and services to rural communities, including women, as key targets of such a program. So the workflow involved going into countries and then announcing the presence of the program and the opportunities it offered to entrepreneurs to get a combination of finance and enterprise development training, how to build their own enterprises. And then, some of them would be interested in, say, improved stoves manufacture. In fact, we had one pretty successful entrepreneur who became globally known as a provider of cook stoves. But a particular experience I want to share is the cultural barrier that we encountered in some of the countries. For example, we announced on one occasion, the availability of funding and support for entrepreneurs. And the first meeting, and we invited people who were interested to attend. a kind of introductory workshop where they will be exposed to what the facilities the program offers are. Well, I remember that on one occasion, the number of participants was quite diverse. There were some women, brave women, I have to say, who were part of the initial sort of those who participated in the introductory workshop and activity. And we then went through a process of selecting, and based on what they said at the meeting about their intentions. And there was a particular woman who said she was interested in the cook stove manufacturing aspect of the program. So she was invited to come for the next round of conversations and the start of things like business planning, methods and stuff like that. And we got this selected group this invited group that came for the this part of the workshop where they start the business planning training. And this particular lady was not there. And then at the introduction, a gentleman raised his hand and said he's come to represent his wife. She's not going to be able to attend the rest of the session. And we were puzzled because it was like, why is she not allowed by her husband to attend the entrepreneurship training that we were offering? And of course, we didn't go too deeply, but we quickly realized that the cultural setting prevented the woman from getting the permission from the husband to attend the enterprise training activity. And so we didn't go further into that. And this gentleman stayed in. But I just want to say, this was for me very powerful demonstration of the fact that the problems that women have in being part of decision making and even production of energy efficiency and improved renewable energy solutions is more than what may appear on the surface. I think there's a third dimension, which is the deeper cultural challenges, which we probably need to do more research about and address those issues as well. So just to share that the problem is deeper than it might seem from an initial observation of what keeps women out of the decision-making process. Thank you.
So my major key takeaways are that apart from incentives and improvements around policy, we also need to look at the cultural and traditional barriers that are placed around women that actually prevent them from decision making and also prevent them from transition from you can agree that if your household that has 12 persons, you will know what to use a cook stove. So thank you all so much for coming to this session. Thank you, my beautiful panelists. I was really, really educated. Just for conclusion, please join us everyone 54 spots for our P2P transition webinars. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for me. Thank you very much, Madam Aiccees Ipokote, who has done a very beautiful job with her team. Thank you very much. Just for a brief photograph. Please, you have to capture the people online also. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so right about now, we are going into one of the very major segments of this conference, which is the technical sessions. So we are going to have paper presentations. We have about 15 papers to be presented today. And we are going to make this possible, we're going to have breakout rooms. We have 3 rooms. And this group we are seated is in room 2. And we're going to have respectfully Professor Aiccees, who is going to be in charge of the moderators here will be assisted by Dr. Amakolomo Tarila. Dr. Amakolomo Tarila will be assisted. We have reporters for this very room. We have engineer Ochen Gregory. We have Dr. Simon C. Please, we can have these persons take their seats so that the presentation can begin. And then for room 1, we have 2 other rooms, room 1 and room 3. Over here, please, you can use the door right there. You can use the door right there to locate the room that you want to be a part of. For room 1, we'll have Professor Ogenero Diamodike, who is the moderator, and of course, Professor Namdi B. Okweke. We have those 2 persons for the moderator role and rapporteurs for this very room. Here can Etido Ian, Dr. Kanayo Ogesu. Please, let's locate the rooms. The presentation is going to go on simultaneously in these 3 rooms. Professor Fidelis Abam, Dr. E.C. Wadike, rapporteurs for that breakout room, Dr. Gentle Kumi, Dr. Chinoye F. Please, can we get people outside to join us in for the group photograph? Quickly, please. Our volunteers, please help us to get people outside to come in for the group photograph. We need everyone. Please hurry up. Thank you. Please immediately after now, the leaders, the people leading us to the breakout rooms are already on standby. You identify the room you want to be in, and then they will take you there. Please, you can climb up the stage if you don't have a space on the floor.
I'll call you back.
Yes. It's a lot. Please find a spot for yourself. Find a spot for yourself. Find a spot for yourself. All right, media guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Please, the TV representative, can you move a bit towards that end? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So together, can we say chance? Can we say chance? Can you demonstrate a bit? Raise your hands up and say Aiccees. Aiccees 2025. Thank you very much. I hope you've captured. Do it again. Okay, let's do it again. Now we say Aiccees. When we say Aiccees, we say 2025. Aiccees.
Wait. Reduce the music.
Okay, please reduce the music a bit.
All right,
Okay.
let's do it again.
Okay, so once I say Aiccees, you say 2025, and then you demonstrate it. You know what, how to go. Aiccees. Aiccees. Thank you very much. Aiccees once more time. Thank you very much. I hope that captured. So please, the leaders to people leading us to the breakout rooms, please identify the room you want to be in, and then we have please the leader to Hello, Vivian Asukwo. Please, can you hear me? Vivian and Ashmil. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Good
okay.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying through in the session. Please, can you join the breakout room 3, because we are currently done with breakout room 1 and 2. Can you join the
I've been
breakout?
trying to join, but I don't know. I've been trying to join.
Okay, please try now so that I can get someone to admit you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Then Ashmio, can you hear me? Hello, Ashmio. Please, if you can hear me, I really appreciate you for joining. If you could switch into room 3.
Hello?
Breakout room 3.
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
yes, yes.
getting you
Thank you.
loud and clear.
Okay. Can you
Yes.
switch to room 3?
How can I do it, sir? How can I
Okay.
switch to?
Yeah, let me get the way about that. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
So you can actually switch to the other room by checking the menu bar on your Zoom. You see breakout rooms. So if you click on breakout rooms, you will see them. That's sorry.
Are you speaking to me?
Hydrogen development and renewable. Yes, I'm speaking to you. Have you been able to switch?
But I'm not getting you clearly, sir.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you, sir.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Oh, but this meeting. Network.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So on the menu bar, there are a lot of icons where you have mute yourself, video, participants, chat, and the likes. So if you go to your far right, you'll see breakout rooms.
Well, I'm seeing I'm seeing an icon that is more. I'm seeing share screen, reactions.
Are you using your
Okay, let me
mobile?
click more.
No, are you using mobile?
Under
or...
more,
Hello?
I'll see breakout rooms.
Okay.
Breakout rooms, yes, I've seen that.
Yeah, so click on the hydrogen development room.
Hydrogen development, enable energy systems, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.